Welcome everyone to the 15th International Seapower Symposium 2021. My name is Sori Moon, the professional TV host here in Korea. First of all, thank you very much for joining today's event that pledges international cooperation amidst the ever-changing maritime security environment. Actually, personally, my father devoted his whole life for the national defense and security as a Marine after graduating from the Naval Academy here in Korea. So today, I am participating with a big joy. Thank you very much for your invitation. Well, the International Seapower Symposium is an authoritative international symposium that is under the joint auspices of the Republic of Korea Navy, Korea Institute for Maritime Security, and Sea Lane of Communication Study Group Korea, Hanyang University, Sejong University, and Chungnam National University. It started in 1989 and has celebrated its 15th anniversary this year. And this year, it has opened with the topic of the evolving Indo-Pacific maritime security environment, preparing for the future. I would like to once again sincerely thank our honored guests here for participating in this event. Then now, ladies and gentlemen, the 15th International Seapower Symposium opening ceremony will begin. First of all, let us open the doors of today's event with our opening remarks from the Chief of the Naval Operation, Bu Seok-jong. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause to the stage. So would you please come up to the stage? 네, 무대 위로 올라오셔서 개회의 말씀 주시겠습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. We need another big round of applause for his opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Seok-jong Bu, the Chief of Naval Operations. I'd like to extend my warm welcome to the distinguished guests from home and abroad for participating in the 15th International Seapower Symposium. Today's symposium was made possible thanks to the support of many people. First of all, we have Mr. Hong Cheol-min, the chairperson of the National Defense Committee of the National Assembly, in His Excellency former U.S. Ambassador Mark Lippert, institutions in the field of maritime affairs, experts in the academia, and all the staff put together today's event. I'd like to also extend my gratitude to the co-hosting organizations, the Korean Institute of Maritime Strategy, the Sea Lane of Communication Study Group Korea, Hanyang University, Sejong National University, and Chungnam University. And I'd like to welcome and thank the 11 international participants from 4 countries. Now, the importance of the sea is increasing in the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why today's symposium is ever more meaningful. Sea makes up 71% of the surface of the earth, serving as the artery of the world. 90% of commodities, communication, and information are transferred through sea, and its share is increasing ever. In particular, the vast Indo-Pacific has great strategic value. That is why many countries in the region are engaging in fierce competition and conflict to protect maritime sovereignty and their interests. Many countries are building up naval power with astronomical defense budget and expanding military activities in the sea. The conflict of great powers is getting severe in many areas, including the military, diplomacy, the economy, and society. And the rise of nationalism is increasing the uncertainty of the security environment. This year's symposium's theme, the evolving Indo-Pacific maritime security environment, preparing for the future, was chosen to take a look at the current status of the sea power buildup of many countries and come up with measures to respond. I hope this year's symposium can be a venue for a productive discussion on the challenges that we'll face in the sea and come up with measures to deal with the threats based on cooperation and trust. The sea is the greatest platform on Earth. I believe that the peaceful use of this common platform will ensure the maximization of its use. The Republic of Korea Navy will support peace on the Korean Peninsula with power and construct mutual cooperation regimes with many countries in the region. We will continue to contribute international peace and prosperity in the sea based on the government's vision. The future of the world lies in sea. I believe today's symposium will make contribution to mutual interest in the sea. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for your efforts. Thank you.
보다 강한 해상 안보를 위해서 이렇게 멋진 심포지엄 함께 마련해 주신
Seapower, thank you for providing this and preparing this International Seapower Symposium.
석종 for providing the special opportunity to discuss the strong maritime security through international symposium. Thank you very much once again. And next, we'll have the congratulatory speech from the chairman of the National Assembly Defense Committee, Min Hong-chul. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor to be here in Busan, the #1 maritime city, and to be participating in this 15th International Sea Power Symposium. I congratulate sincerely on the opening of this symposium. The region right next to Busan is Gimhae, and I'm from Gimhae, so it's ever more meaningful to be here in Busan. I'd like to start off by congratulating our co-hosts, the ROK Navy, Korea Institute for Maritime Strategy, Sea Lanes of Communications, Hanyang University, Sejong University, Chungnam University, for organizing the 15th International Sea Power Symposium here in this beautiful, growing global maritime city, Busan. Also, I'd like to thank former U.S. Ambassador to Korea, Mr. Mark Lippert, for your unwavering support and cheers for Korea even after your tenure. He's going to be delivering his keynote speech today. Thank you. And as far as I know, Mr. Simon Smith, the British ambassador to Korea, was supposed to be here today, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. But still, thank you for your time. And also, I'd like to thank CNO of ROK Navy, Admiral Seok Jung-bu, and all personnel from the ROK Navy headquarters. Thank you for your hard work in putting together the successful symposium. In today's event, we plan to see meaningful discussions to take place on maritime security. I'd like to thank our security experts, moderator Professor Nam Sung-uk, and all the discussants, and all the experts who will present and participate as discussants. I'd like to thank you, and I would like to thank you for your deep interest and support for the ROK Navy. The International Sea Power Symposium was first held in 1989 when there used to be not a single academic event that dealt with regional power. The symposium helped hone the Maritime Security Initiative and broadened its international presence and became what it is today. People say that COVID-19 pandemic led to the world to become a place where each person must find his or her own way of survival. But when it comes to creating seas of peace and prosperity, multilateral maritime security cooperation is drawing more interest and is becoming more important. Main drivers of a state's economy includes energy resources, raw materials, and food, which are all transported by sea. Also, a nation's survival and prosperity is directly linked with the sea or the maritime commons. So this maritime commons should be open and free for all states that abide by the international laws and norms. However, as much as the value of sea becomes important, the competition of countries around the world to secure maritime sovereignty and protect national interests is becoming fierce as well. One country's maritime strategy clashes with another's national interest. And to back this up, arms race is heating up quickly as well. In particularly, both geopolitically and geoeconomically, the importance of Indo-Pacific is increasing rapidly, and Korea, located at the heart of the region, is being called on to play a more important role more than ever. We need to build naval power, which is the foundation of maritime power, and build seas of peace. And we need to protect our national interests. Military and diplomatic efforts to do so are top priority tasks. In these times, the theme, the evolving Indo-Pacific maritime security environment and preparing for the future, seems very timely, appropriate, and suits meaningfully for this year's symposium. On August 30th, representing the National Assembly, I was able to go on board Queen Elizabeth, and I was able to check it out myself. It was my first time to be on an aircraft carrier, so it was an opportunity for me to see what an aircraft carrier is like, and it left me a good impression. I was able to learn a lot when it comes to our power to contain potential adversaries and protecting our seas and to protect import and exports and trade. I think the way that is pursued by our ROC Navy, I do think we have all the conditions that meet to build this aircraft carrier. And when it comes to the strategy of the Indo-Pacific as well, when it comes to protecting our security and prosperity, I personally felt that it was necessary for us to secure this carrier. And I asked myself many questions. How will this be operated? How much will it cost to build this carrier? And what's the implication when it comes to the interoperability of this carrier with our neighboring countries? So I asked myself these questions, and when I went to the field to be actually go on board on the aircraft carrier, I felt that it was time for us to pursue the procurement of an aircraft carrier. So in this regard, I think all the presenters and all the experts and all the discussants today will provide us meaningful information, and we would have to think about how we will expand our sea power, what kind of strategies we'll take. And I believe our experts will discuss these topics today. So including all of this, I hope to see meaningful and fruitful discussions today. And even at this very moment, at faraway Gulf of Aden, with an important mission to protect Korean citizens and maintain international peace, our 35th contingent of the Cheonghae unit is carrying out its operations. And I wish the safe returns of the 34th contingent of the Cheonghae unit that's on board Mumu the Great. They're probably on their way. Once again, congratulations on the 15th International Seapower Symposium, and thank you to all the organizers who have spared no effort for today's event. To all the citizens watching the symposium online, thank you, and I ask for your continued support and encouragement for the ROC Navy. Lastly, I extend my sincere gratitude to CNO of ROC Navy, Admiral Poo Seok-jung, and all the organizers who prepared this event. I want to thank all the participants. May your homes always be filled with laughter and happiness. Thank you.
네, 오늘 심포지엄을 소개해 주시고 말씀으로 함께 해주신
Thank you, Hong Cheol-min, the chair of Defense Committee of ROC National Assembly.
the brief introduction of today's symposium. Thank you very much once again. And next, His Excellency Mr. Simon Smith, the British Ambassador to Korea, will be giving us his congratulatory speech. And the ambassador's congratulatory remarks will be viewed throughout the video clip. Let us look at the video clip.
I'm Simon Smith, British Ambassador to the Republic of Korea, and it's a great pleasure to add my words of welcome and congratulations today. I should also like to extend particular thanks to our hosts, the Republic of Korea Navy, both for their hospitality today and for the tremendous support and enthusiasm that they've shown over the past few weeks in preparation for the visit to Korea by HMS Queen Elizabeth, the Royal Navy's new aircraft carrier. The fact that HMS Queen Elizabeth is at this very moment off Korean shores is a further reason why I'm delighted to be addressing the start of this symposium. Noting that the symposium will spend some time focusing on the role of aircraft carriers, I shall say a little bit more about HMS Queen Elizabeth and the nature of its current deployment. The deployment of Queen Elizabeth and the carrier group is a multinational initiative with US and Dutch ships attached to the group throughout and other nations joining at various times along the way. The carrier group will exercise with the navies of the Republic of Korea, Japan, India, Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, Singapore and the United States, in addition to a number of other countries in the Asia-Pacific and across the globe. Her 26,000-mile journey will also see her engage with some 40 other countries, about a fifth of the world's nations. The carrier group brings with it the largest collection of fifth-generation aircraft ever put to sea. While the carrier group is in this region, it will of course engage closely with the Republic of Korea Navy to test our interoperability and to share each other's best practices. Our navies operate similar complements of F-35 aircraft and Wildcat helicopters, as well as many other platforms. So there's thus already a solid infrastructural basis for our partnership, and in the coming years, the Royal Navy will maintain a regular deployment to the region, which we're confident will provide yet more opportunities for the UK and Korea to work together. Across the Indo-Pacific region as a whole, our outlook is based on a firm conviction that the UK needs to maintain a global perspective. In the Integrated Review of Foreign and Security Policy published by the British government earlier this year, this orientation was underlined in the conclusion that the UK best serves its interests and those of its friends, partners and allies by continuing to be a problem-solving and burden-sharing nation, playing a responsible role in collective security, multilateral governance, and in tackling global challenges like climate change. We're especially delighted to have the Republic of Korea alongside us this year as we hold the presidency of the G7, and to see how President Moon's attendance at the G7 summit in June helped us widen the scope of our shared vision on how we most effectively address the challenges of the future and the defence of the principles and freedoms that we value. In this broad picture of defending freedoms, maritime security, of course, has a profoundly important place. In this context, we're keen to be helpful partners as the Royal Navy takes forward its own ambition to build an aircraft carrier, as well as in Korea's overseas deployment, such as those to deter piracy and terrorism in the Middle East and provide humanitarian assistance delivered by sea. And as two nations with deep maritime traditions, the Republic of Korea and the United Kingdom can, I'm sure, enhance our contribution to global security through our work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to sincerely thank His Excellency Simon Smith, British Ambassador to Korea, for remembering to send us the congratulatory speech despite not being able to make it here in person. And once again, thank you very much to all honored guests to give us special and meaningful messages to congratulate the opening of today's symposium. Then now we'll officially start to listen to the lecture. First of all, His Excellency, Mr. Mark Lippert, former U.S. Ambassador to Korea, is now connected in real time for today's online keynote speech. So, hello, sir, how are you? Mark Lippert? Hello, it is such a pleasure to meet you again.
Good to see you too.
How are you? So would you please start your lecture?
Yeah, no, thank you. 안녕하십니까.
Good morning to Koreans, and it's good evening for Americans, and for all participants from different countries around the world. I'd like to extend my greetings. It's a great honor for me to be participating in this International Seapower Symposium online. I'm not sure whether you remember, but I am Mark Lippert, who used to be the U.S. ambassador in Korea a few years ago. From now, I'm going to speak in Korean.
Sang-bu, Chair of the National Defense Committee of the Republic of Korea National Assembly, Hong Chun-min, Ambassador Smith, Commander U.S. Naval Forces Korea, Excellencies, Flag and General Officers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the Republic of Korea and especially Commander Yu for inviting me to join all of you today for the 15th Annual International Seapower Symposium. I am deeply disappointed that the pandemic prevented me from traveling to see the event in person. I was excited with the prospect of getting to see all my friends in Chinhae, maybe even enjoying some sannachi. The problem is our children, Sejun, Sehi, are too young to be vaccinated, so we are being very, very careful in our travels. Like in 2019, when I addressed a similar Navy conference on the broad topic of U.S. ROK cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, I am appearing and speaking at this conference in my capacity as a private citizen, representing only myself. And as been as the case of the past, something that continues to this day, I feel a special connection to this audience. I served in the United States Navy as an officer completing multiple deployments overseas. One of the greatest honors during my tenure here as ambassador was when the ROK Navy bestowed upon me the title of Honorary Naval Officer of the Republic of Korea. Another reason this is so special and humbling is that I get to have a tiny voice in the storied naval traditions of Korea. From Jang Bo-go to Admiral Yi Sun-shin to one shot, one hit, one sink at tandem thrust. A tradition that is respected and admired all around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, President Biden has just passed 8 months in office, and President Moon has a little more than 8 months left to go on his term here in the Republic of Korea. And in a bit more than a year from now, in 2023, the alliance between the United States and the Republic of Korea will celebrate its 70th anniversary. So, in an increasingly complex international environment, especially the maritime domain, in the early days of America's 46th president, on the eve of an election in Korea, and with a key alliance milestone just over the horizon, to set the stage of a robust discussion today on the Indo-Pacific maritime environment, I thought we should take stock of fundamentals, where we are in terms of this storied relationship between the United States and the Republic of Korea, which is a foundation of our cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, something I discussed in 2019 in my address there. Let me start with some recent history that needs to be addressed. The Trump presidency brought with it a unique set of challenges to the bilateral relationship that risked upending the bipartisan consensus on both sides of the Pacific. Thanks largely to the structures and the public servants on both sides, the alliance has proved resilient as the Biden administration assumed office in 2021. At the same time, there is a powerful argument that the alliance has not entirely fulfilled its vast potential during the past 4 years. It could and should be doing more. For example, analysts have pointed out that governments in Washington and Seoul have become focused on tactical issues such as defense burden sharing, exercises, unilateral 232 trade actions by the United States, and machinations or lack thereof associated with a single bilateral working group on North Korea. As a result, the bilateral relationship resembled in 2020 what my colleague Dr. Victor Cha often calls an upside-down pyramid, with a disproportionate amount of energy placed on a small set of thorny issues. Ladies and gentlemen, with this recent past as prologue, I want to use the rest of the time to offer an assessment of where we are today and what we should focus on going forward. First, months after the election of President Biden, the alliance has been restored to its place of strategic importance in the United States, moving away from some of the counterproductive issues that had taken on disproportionate stature. This was not a difficult task. During the last 4 years, popular opinion in the United States, bipartisan support in the US Congress, and the national security establishment in Washington, D.C., all never wavered in defense of the US ROK alliance. Moreover, almost immediately after the election and transition to a new Biden administration, an early, comprehensive, and ultimately successful summit between our two presidents was at the very top of the agenda. Secretary of State Blinken and Secretary of Defense Austin came to Korea as part of their first international trips, and President Moon was warmly received everywhere he went in the United States. All of this underscores the restoration of the alliance to its rightful place of strategic importance. The second point is that the scope of the alliance has also been reset. It is once again the broad-based global relationship that we experienced in the Bush II and Obama administration. Here, too, the early summit is instructive. There is strong emphasis on cooperation on global issues such as climate change, development assistance, nonproliferation, space, cyber, and energy. There is still appropriate emphasis on important traditional issues such as North Korea and defense. More on that in just a moment. But the summit worked to dramatically reduce the inordinate amount of transactional bilateral irritants. In short, the upside-down pyramid that I mentioned before has been flipped and right-sided. Third, defense issues. Because a number of thorny and time-consuming issues, especially on security measures such as burden sharing, greater access to the THAAD site, and revised missile guidelines, have been constructively resolved early in the Biden-Moon period, the trend is unequivocally towards stronger alignment in the defense piece of the relationship. This does not mean that the U.S. and ROK have resolved every defense-related alliance issue, but the discussion has returned to one grounded on mutual respect and a desire to strengthen the alliance. Challenges like the pace of conditions-based wartime operational control transition, access to live fire ranges, and the future of combined exercise program still need to be resolved, but it is clear that both sides are working together to find solutions, underscored by this conference here today, where U.S. and Korean experts and international experts are addressing the maritime environment in the Indo-Pacific. A clear sign of this is regular communication, starting with the Secretary and Minister of our two defense establishments, occurring throughout all levels of the defense departments. These are regular communications interactions that were essential to rapidly coordinating the successful evacuation of the 390 Afghans who supported the Republic of Korea. Let me also briefly say that the tragic events in Afghanistan, in my view, do not or should not shake the underlying confidence in the U.S.-ROK alliance. This is a subject we are likely to explore in the panel discussions later today. More broadly, this tighter integration also helps to ensure that the time, attention of senior policymakers and commanders is focused on a common strategic vision, as well as its position to adapt to dynamic challenges the alliance will face in coming years, including the maritime domain. A fourth issue where there has been strong early progress, North Korea policy. Under President Trump, the summit-based leader-level diplomacy eventually stalled, leaving the intervening period from the brief Trump-Kim Jong-un's meeting at the Joint Security Area in June 2019 until the U.S. elections in November of 2020 with a policy that was largely adrift in Washington, yielding little productive activity on DPRK issues for a prolonged period of time. In early 2021, the focus turned to three early milestones. One, the Biden administration's outreach to Pyongyang and the DPRK's response or lack thereof. Two, a North Korea policy review by the National Security Council with consultation in Seoul. And three, the Biden-Moon summit. Months later, it is increasingly clear we have landed on a collective approach that tracks the Obama administration's post-Leap Day deal policy, which includes the following elements: reaffirmation of complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, full implementation of operative UN Security Council resolutions, the door open to, and I would add preference for, diplomacy, no relief of multilateral sanctions in order to start negotiations, appointment of a special envoy we know well in Sung Kim, strong consultations with allies including Japan, and support for inter-Korean talks. Notably, there was also a clear affirmation of some of the initiatives strongly supported by the Moon administration, including the establishment of permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula and endorsement of the Panmunjom Declaration and Singapore Joint Statement. It is clear both sides skillfully worked to avoid a rift in the alliance and landed on a flexible, pragmatic approach while reaffirming key principles and goals to manage the DPRK issue. It is, however, also safe to say that legitimate questions remain about next steps, and I will come to that in just a moment. The last point I want to make on strong early alignment is that the people-to-people relationship remains extremely robust. Despite the fact it is often siloed off as a quote-unquote soft issue for a small subset of artistic types, people-to-people diplomacy has emerged as a cornerstone of international relations and policymaking. Speaking from direct experience, this is crucial for the US-ROK alliance. The good news is that according to the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, a study published over a year ago, favorable views of South Korea by Americans were at an all-time high. As to Korean views of the U.S. alliance, nearly 75% of respondents to an Asan Institute survey expressed optimism on the outlook of the bilateral relationship. This is augmented by remarkable events such as Parasite winning the Academy Award, BTS and Blackpink exploding on YouTube, and KBO being broadcast on ESPN. The navies play an important role in this as well in ship visits around the world. In short, governments come and go, but the bonds between peoples of nations are lasting and provide a critical foundation for generations of policymaking, statecraft, and international relations. And in 2021, we find the people-to-people foundation of the alliance very strong. Next steps. Ladies and gentlemen, the alliance is strong and high-functioning with greater alignment in a number of key areas. However, there are challenges ahead. In the final few minutes, I want to discuss some of the areas we have some work to do in terms of closing gaps and alignment in strategic direction. Let me be clear. This work does not detract from the very fast start by both Washington and Seoul. In fact, if everything was solved in a few months, I would be skeptical and would suspect papering over differences for the sake of optics and politics. This would not be in the tradition of the alliance, which has a history of doing the exact opposite, systematically addressing issues to ensure durable and lasting outcomes. Accordingly, let me quickly outline where I think there's more work to do to get to those outcomes. On DPRK, as I mentioned, we have reached a good policy equilibrium in terms of alignment and shared vision. Due largely to the COVID-19 pandemic, Pyongyang is internally focused at present. Many experts predict that there will be little diplomatic opportunity until after the election in South Korea next year. As a result, we are beset by familiar questions. What are the next moves by Washington and Seoul? More pressure, incentives, outreach. What are the roles of other regional and global actors such as China, Japan, Russia, Europe, and the United Nations? For its part, will the North undertake outreach or provocative actions in an effort to solicit a response from the international community? We've already seen IAEA express concern this week that North Korea has restarted its 5-megawatt reactor at Yongbyon. All of this dovetails with the longer-term issue. What can we do as an alliance to alter the course of North Korea's clear direction on nuclear missile programs and reach a sustainable diplomatic solution that accomplishes our clear goals? So, questions around next steps will have to be answered in the coming months. Next, the economic and trade front is filled with opportunity. I am glad to see that there is little interest in renegotiating the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement for the third time. Although certain implementation issues and other near-term matters such as steel and regulatory environment for U.S. companies do need to be discussed and addressed. We are starting to move beyond chorus, something that is frankly overdue. And as we look more broadly into the future to shape our next step in economic engagements, there are a number of key decisions to be taken. The good news is that important first steps are already underway. The recent presidential summit highlighted the strong investments by Korean companies that are making those in the United States and early steps for critical collaborative work on supply chains and vital technologies. On the multilateral economic front, the U.S. is also seeking Korean support for reform efforts, especially the concept of non-market economies at the WTO, other WTO reform efforts, and key issues around the international economic system, all that have direct benefits to trading nations like the Republic of Korea. We're starting to see more and more distortions in the trading system that can have profound impacts for the U.S. and Korea, a topic on which we both should be visibly leading to ensure that the system remains high-functioning, rules-based, and open. Another element of potential cooperation that stands out to me is the U.S. and Korea can be partners in erecting and driving critical pieces of the trade and investment architecture in Asia. In short, exciting opportunities in this area, but decisions need to be taken as these issues are complex, require long lead times, and often require difficult political and economic choices. And of course, the Navy is critical for maintaining these sea lines of communication that facilitate trade and economics. Let me make last points before closing. The trilateral relationship between Washington, Seoul, and Tokyo also remains an area where more alignment is needed. This is well known to this audience, so in the interest of time, I will be brief. Understandably, there are deep and difficult historical issues that impact the relationship between Seoul and Tokyo and create complexities for this trilateral grouping. Despite these understandable complexities, the Biden administration has already ushered in more coordination among the three capitals, and there have been very encouraging statements from President Moon on Seoul-Tokyo ties. With elections on the horizon in Japan and Korea in the next several months, this will not get easier in the short time, but it is an area we could and should do more to build on some important progress. The final topic is alignment with Washington, Seoul on U.S.-China competition. Much ink has been spilled on this subject, which is one of the most hotly debated topics in foreign policy circles in Washington and Seoul. And in this context, I will simply highlight that there are ongoing discussions about how much alignment on critical issues exists, such as, or need to be accomplished, such as the emphasis of values such as democracy, human rights, the rule of law, North Korea policy, and the role of Beijing, how the free and open Pacific and new Southern strategies come together, economic and trade issues I just referenced, such as supply chain, technology, including regional trade, architecture, and WTO reform, and multilateral issues, such as an approach to the Quad. There was very interesting progress on the issue of China around the presidential summit, although China was not really mentioned by name. We could spend days on this important topic, but for the sake of brevity, I will simply point out that critical strategic decisions are embedded in this discussion, and it is essential that the alliance get this right. It is perhaps the most important unsettled question between our two nations. To conclude, let me say unequivocally that the alliance is strong. After a period of some uncertainty, it has proven resilient. The early days of the Biden-Moon administration have yielded fast and effective work to reach alignment and/or make progress in a number of key areas. Yet, there is vital work, ripe with opportunities in these critical areas ahead of us. Time is of the essence. The geopolitical, economic issues facing the alliance, like some we are going to discuss today, the COVID pandemic, the maritime environment, the rise of China, global economic uncertainty, and the challenges to the rules-based international system are rapidly growing in strength and complexity. This landscape demands a high-performing global US-ROK alliance that is deeply involved on issue sets that will shape the 21st century and bring new constituencies into this relationship. There will be challenges ahead, but our ability to define and overcome these challenges has been a distinguishing characteristic of the best alliance history has known. And on that note, let me end by saying that I am honored once again to be invited to this remarkable symposium. I'm disappointed I can't be there in person, but I look forward to a great discussion today. 다시 한번 진심으로 감사합니다. 영광입니다.
Thank you. It's a great honor. Maritime Power, Blue Water Navy, we go together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your special greeting in Korean. And also, I would like to once again sincerely thank His Excellency Mark Lippert, the former U.S. Ambassador to Korea, for sharing various things to make a safer sea through international investigation and a peaceful sea through cooperation, not competition. Thank you very much once again. Well, before officially starting the session, there will be a brief commemorative photo session with those joining us today on site. So may we have our primary participants on stage. 저희 세션 진행하기 전에 또 오늘 기억하기 위해서 함께하고 계신 분들 잠시
So before we move on to session 1, let's have a commemorative photo time. I'd like to invite the VIPs and key participants to come up to the stage.
네, 무대로 모시겠습니다. 코로나19로 어려운 상황 속에서도 바다에
Right, thank you very much for coming up to the stage. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of you for your efforts to keep our seas safe.
Amidst the difficult time of COVID-19, we'll capture this moment with a commemorative photo. So even though we are wearing masks due to the COVID-19, please make a smile looking at the camera for the bright future of world sea. 마스크는 쓰고 있습니다만 밝은 미소로 우리 모든 해양의 밝은 미래를 향해서 함께 해주시면 감사드리겠습니다. So now we would like to take a photo. Please make a smile. 네, 여러분과 함께 하겠습니다. 전 세계의 바다의 안전을 지켜내기 위한 주역들의 모습입니다. So we'll take a photo. 3, 2, 1. And also for the best photo, why don't you give a big round of applause? 큰 박수를 치면서 한 번 더 사진 촬영하시는 건 어떠실까요? Thank you. Thank you very much. We would like to invite yourselves back. Thank you. 네, 자리로 다시 한번 모시겠습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분께 다시 한번 진심으로 감사드리겠습니다. And with this ends the opening ceremony. There will be a short break to clear the podium and set up the stage for the official symposium. The symposium first division will start from 10:15 a.m. So to our online participants, please stay tuned. Thank you very much. Now the symposium will begin, and I would like to mention that subject presented in today's presentation and discussions are not official opinions of the organizers, but the personal opinions of the participants. So first of all, let me introduce to your moderator for this first division, Dr. Ji-Yoon Kim. Dr. Ji-Yoon Kim earned a doctorate in political science from MIT University in the US and is prominent in the field of international American politics. Then I would like to ask Dr. Ji-Yoon Kim to host the first division. I'd like to hand off the microphone. Would you please start?
Thank you. Good morning, the Honorable Mr. and Madam Speakers and distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to the 15th International Seapower Symposium. My name is Ji-Yoon Kim, and I'm a moderator of the first session, titled The Indo-Pacific Maritime Security Environment and the Outlook on the Future. The Indo-Pacific region has become a significant security spot for a lot of countries, and the pundits are warning that we are likely to face the escalation of tension between the allied liberal democracies and the challenging revisionist powers right in here, in this area. And we have a new president in the White House, and President Biden already have taken a very strong position toward China. So this is about time to question that what will be the Biden administration's the Indo-Pacific policy and how other countries would react accordingly. So we have a wonderful panelist. Usually we should have on stage, but online. And thank you very much, Professor Kelly, to be with me here. First presenter, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. James Lindsay. Dr. Lindsay is a Vice President of the Council on Foreign Relations, and he is also the leading figure on American foreign policymaking process. And he was also the Director for Global Issues and Multilateral Affairs on the staff of the National Security Council during the Clinton administration. And he will give us, he will guide us to Biden administration Indo-Pacific policy today. And the next presenter is Professor Eric French of the State University of New York at Brockport. And his expertise includes alliance politics, deterrence strategic studies, and his works were published in numerous peer-reviewed journals. And he is going to present the security strategies of the United States, Japan, and Australia as stakeholders in the Indo-Pacific region. And we have four distinguished designated discussants. First, the Ambassador Mark Lippert, the 31st U.S. Ambassador to ROK, and now is a YouTube's Asia Pacific Policy Chief. And I believe he is the most popular U.S. Ambassador in Korea so far, and I'm pretty sure he will share his view based on his extensive knowledge and experience as an ambassador here in Korea. And next discussant is Dr. Lynn Cook. She is a visiting professor at Georgetown University School of Foreign Service and also associate fellow at the IISS in England. And her expertise lies in the international relations, security, and the law of Asia Pacific, which focus on the South China Sea disputes. And we have a professor, Eugene Goltz, and he is teaching at the University of Notre Dame. And he works on the national security and economic policy, and particularly on the subjects like the innovation, defense management, and U.S. grand strategy. And he also served in the Pentagon as a senior advisor to the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense during the 2010 and 2012. Last but not least, Professor Robert Kelly, and he's associate professor of the Department of Political Science and Diplomacy at Busan National University in Korea. And his research interests focus on the security in Northeast Asia, U.S. foreign policy, and the international financial institutions. And of course, he's the father of those two cutest kids who had a viral debut on BBC 3 years ago. Ambassador Lippert and Dr. Cook will comment on the first paper of Dr. Lindsay, and Professor Kelly and Professor Goltz will comment on the second presentation of Professor French. And we distribute 20 minutes for each presenters and the 10 minutes for each designated discussant. And I'm going to give a chance to the presenters to answer to the questions raised by the discussant. So without further ado, let's start the discussion. Please start. Dr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, for that very kind and warm introduction. I would like to extend my thanks to the symposium organizers for the invitation to speak. Like Ambassador Lippert, I greatly regret that I'm not able to be in Busan in person for the conference. Based on the opening conversations, it looks to have collected a very good group of people. And of course, it's always great to have the opportunity to visit Busan. I also want to say it's an honor to be part of such a distinguished panel, and I look forward to hearing what my fellow panelists have to say. And before I begin my remarks, I would very much like to thank Commander Select Yu for his assistance as I prepared for this symposium. Commander Select Yu is a credit to the South Korean Navy. I guess my tasking is to describe President Biden's Indo-Pacific strategy. To summarize what I'm going to say over the next 19 minutes or so, President Biden has sketched the outlines of his strategy, which rests in part on forging closer ties with South Korea and other countries in the region. However, many of the details of the Biden Indo-Pacific strategy remain to be filled in. I expect the president and his team will do so in the coming months. But as they do so, that strategy may falter over the difficulty of its implementation, smart Chinese counter initiatives, or the reluctance of countries in the region to choose between Washington and Beijing. But let me start with what is an obvious point, but one worth stressing nonetheless, and that is that President Biden's top foreign policy priority is to counter China. That choice, and it is a choice, rests on a very specific premise, namely that China poses an unparalleled threat to the long-term security and prosperity of the United States, and just as important, to that of U.S. friends, partners, and allies in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Now, the Biden strategy at a macro level rests on three pillars. One is to rejuvenate U.S. power at home. The second is to demonstrate U.S. resolve abroad. And the third is to enlist the support of countries across the Indo-Pacific on diplomatic, military, and economic matters. Now, the first two pillars reflect the hard-headed calculation that the United States needs to dispel the perception that it is a declining power that is turning inward if it is to succeed in enlisting the support of others. Now, it's important when talking about the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy to acknowledge its objective. It is not to contain China or to block its rise, but rather to deter and to deflect predatory Chinese behavior, whether it's in the political, the military, or the economic spheres. As Secretary of State Antony Blinken put it earlier this year, and I will quote him, "Our relationship with China will be competitive when it should be, collaborative when it can be, and adversarial when it must be." Now, if this description of the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy sounds familiar, it should. While candidate Joe Biden spent much of the 2020 US presidential campaign deriding Donald Trump's handling of foreign policy, when it comes to the specific issue of US policy in the Indo-Pacific, President Biden accepts the basic premise of the Trump administration's national security strategy. That is, that the United States is locked into a great power competition with China. Where President Biden differs with President Trump is on the question of what is the best way to win that competition. President Trump preferred unilateral action, frequently questioned the value of allies, and raised a great deal of concern with his unilateral action that often did not take into account the interests of America's friends, partners, and allies. In contrast, President Biden sees America's friends, partners, and allies as a core part of his strategy. It might be described this way: there is strength in numbers. And President Biden's hope is to knit together the diverse countries in the Indo-Pacific and beyond under US leadership in pursuit of a common cause that it is hoped will lead China to alter its own behavior. Now, to that end, President Biden has sought to translate that core belief about the importance of partners into deeds. Ambassador Lippert referred to this in his opening remarks. Immediately upon becoming president, President Biden has touted the importance of alliances. He hosted the first ever leaders meeting of the so-called Quad. He has invited regional leaders like President Moon to the White House. And I will note he had Prime Minister Suga and President Moon before visits from many European leaders. And I think just as important, President Biden and his team sought early on to try to work with our closest friends and allies in the Indo-Pacific to settle outstanding bilateral irritants, perhaps the most notable one being the question of South Korea's host country support, an issue that was quite contentious during the Trump presidency. Now, when we talk about Joe Biden's Indo-Pacific strategy, we have to recognize it's not simply the policy of the president, but it's the policy of the United States. And that raises the question of how that strategy is perceived at home. And I would say, broadly speaking, that strategy enjoys considerable support at home. It's pretty common to talk about American politics and note the deep polarization in partisanship that infects most issues here in the United States. But on the question of China, Democrats and Republicans in Congress broadly agree that China poses the geopolitical test for the United States. This is not to say that Democrats and Republicans are in agreement in all issues. Considerable differences on substance and tone remain both within and between the two political parties here in the United States. But I think you can expect that in the main, Capitol Hill is inclined to support President Biden's Indo-Pacific strategy and is in the process of enacting a range of measures that are intended to counter China's rising policy. Just as important as the mood on Capitol Hill is the fact that the American public is itself broadly receptive to this policy turn, the move away from the policy of strategic engagement that characterized U.S. policy toward China up through the end of the second Obama term. Public attitudes in the United States toward China have been hardening for years. COVID-19 has accelerated that trend, as has China's crackdown on Hong Kong and its suppression of the Uyghurs in Western China. Now, I will admit that the depth of elite and public commitment to countering China has not been tested by events. It is possible that the support we see in public opinion polls and in debates on Capitol Hill could be broad but shallow. But on balance, I think President Biden's domestic political risk on the issue of China in the Indo-Pacific likely resides in being seen as being too soft in dealing with China rather than in being too harsh. Now, while President Biden's strategy in the Indo-Pacific is relatively easy to sketch out and is relatively clear in its main outline, the details aren't. President Biden, upon taking the oath of office, did what many presidents do. He submitted a whole host of tough issues to his subordinates and asked them to conduct so-called strategic reviews. Most of those strategic reviews have yet to be completed, the most notable one being the strategic review of U.S.-China policy. As a result, the most critical strategic questions about implementing the Biden Indo-Pacific strategy have yet to be answered. In particular, the administration has yet to answer what may be the most critical strategic questions, namely, to borrow Senator Blinken's formula, where exactly should the United States compete? Where should it collaborate? Where should it confront? And how should it make trade-offs across each of these domains? Something that's much easier to describe than actually to do. So while the Biden administration has been very active on the diplomatic front during its first 7+ months in office, it hasn't matched those efforts with equivalent initiatives on the military and trade fronts. It is certainly true when we speak about the military sphere that the Biden administration has continued the Trump administration's practice of freedom of navigation operations. Likewise, the Biden administration has made it a priority to send senior U.S. military officials throughout the region to build up and to continue existing and future cooperation. All of those steps are important, but they are only initial steps. The administration is yet to describe how it intends to reconfigure U.S. strategy in force structure as part of its Indo-Pacific strategy. And it hasn't yet begun to persuade Congress or the U.S. military to embrace the trade-offs that such decisions inevitably entail. And I will note that in the Pentagon, dollars are policy, and as things stand now, the odds are not very good that the Biden administration is going to be able to persuade Congress to substantially increase spending on defense. That is likely to intensify competition within the military services over their budget shares and how those funds are going to be allocated for future force modernization. Much the same story is true on the economic front. President Biden has kept President Trump's trade tariffs in place. Likewise, he has extended his predecessor's efforts to restrict technology transfers to China, but he has not yet advanced a positive trade agenda in Asia to counter China's immense and growing economic and gravitational pull. I think that in large part reflects the very difficult trade politics here in the United States. It's not the case that the average American is hostile to trade. Indeed, Ambassador Lippert referred to the work done by the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, which over the years has provided the gold standard surveys on American public thinking on foreign policy. Those surveys show that most Americans understand the value of trade. However, it's also clear that significant and important constituencies, particularly within the Democratic Party, are hostile to U.S. trade policy, believing, whether rightly or wrongly, that the benefits of such trade deals end up benefiting companies and not ordinary Americans. So you haven't seen the Biden administration do something like find a way to revive U.S. participation in what was known as the Trans-Pacific Partnership and is now the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, nor has the administration laid out any broader or alternative way to approaching trade in the region. And I think that is a concern, again, because of China's immense economic gravitational pull. Now, I anticipate as the months pass that President Biden and his team, which is full of people who are deeply experienced in diplomacy and national security, will flesh out the Indo-Pacific strategy, and they will confront some of the challenges and difficult questions I've already alluded to. And as they do, I think the president and his team will face numerous challenges, and I think three stand out. The first is the simple press of other business, both at home and abroad. I think it's safe to say that President Biden's domestic and foreign policy inboxes are full. The president clearly is prioritizing, understandably so, given the economic recession induced by COVID-19, but also reflecting deeper-seated problems in the U.S. economy, the task of rejuvenating the economy and patching, if not extending, the American domestic social safety net. Beyond that, the president faces the very real challenge that Republicans could win control of one or both houses of Congress in next year's midterm elections. If that were to happen, that certainly would handicap President Biden's ability to enact any positive agenda in Asia, because I would imagine that a lot of the time in Washington would be taken up by partisan wrangling over a broad array of domestic issues. Second challenge President Biden and his team face in trying to flesh out and implement their Indo-Pacific strategy is what China will do in response. The reality is that over the last several years, the United States has benefited as China, under President Xi Jinping, has pursued a much more aggressive, assertive, and at times belligerent foreign policy. That has made up for some of the mistakes in U.S. foreign policy by reminding people that whatever shortcomings may exist in U.S. policy, that those shortcomings pale against the potential of Chinese domination in the Asia Pacific. And I think one of the big questions going forward is going to be whether China will temper its efforts to coerce other countries in Asia and beyond, that is, reel in its so-called wolf warrior diplomats, and turn to a more friendly policy that tends or tries not just to divide and conquer America's potential friends, partners, and allies, but actively seeks to seduce them by showing a more positive Chinese face in the region. The third challenge that the Biden administration faces is going to be persuading friends, partners, and allies in the region to lend more than rhetorical support to the administration's Indo-Pacific strategy. Now, we have to note that if you look across the region, there are several countries, South Korea would top the list, that have a long history of very close cooperation with the United States on military and economic issues. That is not true of a number of other countries in the region who will nonetheless be quite important to the success of the Indo-Pakistan strategy. And the Biden administration is going to have to face a problem that has plagued previous American administrations. They're going to have to overcome the free rider problem. They're going to have to overcome doubts about the credibility and reliability of U.S. commitments, something that is likely spiked in the aftermath of the tumultuous U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. And the Biden administration is going to have to find ways to resolve or square the differences that exist, legitimately so, in tone and substance on a whole range of tough issues, including the issue of what should be done to support Taiwan. Now, I just want to conclude at this point by saying that, yes, the Biden administration faces a daunting task in making its Indo-Pacific strategy work. Building a coalition, which is what Biden's strategy entails at its core, is always difficult, even when countries share longstanding ties and interests. I believe Ambassador Lippert referred to that in his remarks. And again, this task is compounded not just by doubts about U.S. power, but also about U.S. competence. With Iraq, the great financial crisis of 2008-2009, the initial U.S. response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the withdrawal from Afghanistan, Washington has given its critics ample grounds on which to question its decisions. So in all, President Biden's effort to craft an Indo-Pacific strategy will test whether Washington is still capable of exercising effective leadership, something it has done well for the past 75 years. And with that, I turn the mic back over to you, Dr. Kim.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lindsay. You have laid out wonderfully the continued features and differences of Biden administration from the previous administration, and also what's remained to be answered in under those complicated political and economic situation. Next, Professor French, you have your 20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and it's a privilege to speak to all of you and to be on a panel that includes such prestigious speakers and discussants. And thank you to Professor and Commander Selectee Ji-Hyun Yoo, one of your great national assets who always works tirelessly to advance this country's security in our critical alliance, and who has played a great role in helping to organize this symposium. So thank you all again for this opportunity. I'm happy to be here. I've been asked to speak today about the Indo-Pacific maritime security environment and regional naval strategies. And this is a pretty expansive topic, right? There's a lot going on in the Indo-Pacific that we could discuss. The region's waterways are increasingly contested, crowded, beset by hybrid operations. These are all important characteristics for states like the ROC to grapple with. But I'd like to speak today about one of the central characteristics of the environment and regional strategies that I think is really central to understanding the region and is critical for the ROC to confront and be aware of. The Indo-Pacific, I would argue, is increasingly characterized by regional naval strategies that are predominantly modern rather than postmodern in character. This is especially true for a number of the region's leading maritime democracies, the US, Japan, and Australia. And this is the focus of my conference paper. It's an idea I've been toying around with for a while after having reread Jeffrey Till's magisterial Seapower. Till provides this very broad breakdown of naval strategies in his overview of Seapower, rooted in some of his earlier work, laying out two sort of archetypal approaches, the postmodern paradigm and the modern paradigm, two different ways of thinking about maritime security strategy. Essentially, these perspectives on naval strategy reflect two contending reactions to globalization, one positive and optimistic, and the other skeptical and pessimistic. The postmodern paradigm says globalization is grand, right? It benefits us all, it links us all together. Major nation states are no longer a threat. Major power conflict is no longer a threat because we are increasingly interdependent. And instead, all states should and indeed must work collectively to combat non-traditional, non-state threats to our globally interdependent system. So a postmodern perspective tells us that we've got to put the defense of the global system of interconnectivity first, ahead of narrow national interests. And we've got to focus our naval strategy on defeating those non-traditional threats to the system, rather than state-based threats. We have to focus on transnational crime, terrorism, climate change, humanitarian disasters, fragile and failing states. So we've got to build and prepare maritime forces that can address a wide range of low-intensity threats. The paradigm prioritizes missions like inclusive sea control, cooperative sea control against low-intensity threats with the aim of protecting all states' access to the maritime commons. It also prioritizes naval support for expeditionary operations, supporting stabilization or counterterrorism operations ashore, and humanitarian assistance in disaster relief. Postmodern strategies prize inclusive naval cooperation, integrating all major stakeholders, all great powers. And they're comfortable with niche navies that cannot complete all missions in all roles, right? They're okay with specializing because they're confident that they will always be operating in concert with others rather than unilaterally. The opposite is true of the modern paradigm or the modern perspective. According to Till, the modern paradigm suggests that globalization is no panacea. Interdependence creates opportunities, but also vulnerabilities. More than anything, this paradigm is skeptical of the claim that globalization renders great power conflict irrelevant. States can and will continue to butt heads, even amidst a high degree of economic interdependence. As such, the modern paradigm suggests that we must concentrate on great powers, not non-traditional threats. First and foremost, we must emphasize defending our national interests ahead of the system's interests as a whole. And as such, we need to focus on maritime forces prepared for high-intensity threats. We must be prepared for sea control against much more capable enemies, for deterrence missions at sea, for power projection at sea, and so on. We must contest the seas in the face of great power competition. The modern perspective also emphasizes sea denial, something that doesn't really factor into postmodern strategies, where the idea of sea denial is sort of an anathema. Why would you want to deny another actor the use of the sea given today's globalized economy and its dependence on completely open seas? Modern strategists disagree with this. Modern strategists emphasize more exclusive cooperation, targeting adversaries. And they stress the need for an independent, well-rounded Navy that can fight unilaterally, if need be, without the support of other navies. They're not comfortable with a niche Navy that's dependent on others. Okay, so that's the theoretical distinction. The truth is, as Till highlights, most navies fall somewhere along a continuum between these two ideal types. So when Till applied these ideas to Asian states back in 2007, he found that most exhibited a mixed approach, drawing on both paradigms. But states and their navies do vary over time, some leaning one way and others leaning the other. So when we take this framework for understanding maritime security strategy and try to apply it to the region today, it helps us identify an important trend that has taken place over the last decade and a half. There's been a marked shift, especially among the region's major maritime democracies, toward the modern paradigm and away from the postmodern paradigm. Throughout the 2000s, the US, Japan, and Australia, they had fairly mixed naval strategies that integrated both modern and postmodern elements. And indeed, some placed a remarkably heavy emphasis on postmodern threats and missions. This has changed throughout the 2010s, such that today, if we look at their naval strategies, the modern paradigm is ascendant, is paramount, and the postmodern paradigm has been pretty marginalized. So for the United States, for instance, compare the cooperative strategy for 21st century Seapower, right, CS21, from 2007 with the 2015 update of CS21, or even more tellingly, the 2020 Advantage at Sea. The former has plenty of modern elements, but is profoundly postmodern in a number of ways. It emphasizes that US interests are now bound to an interdependent global system which must be protected at sea against all sorts of non-traditional threats, listing terrorism, piracy, crime, failed states as major challenges to US security. And it also stresses postmodern missions, supporting the US's ongoing limited wars ashore, creating and sustaining maritime partnerships, and quelling and destabilizing disruptions driven by non-traditional threats. CS21's discussion of sea control is also fairly postmodern. It encourages a cooperative, inclusive approach to sea control, designed to protect the global commons, but not to deny an enemy the ability to use those commons. Additionally, CS21 stresses the need for the US to maintain capabilities tailored to humanitarian assistance and disaster relief and maritime security against low-intensity threats, alongside more traditional capabilities. When CS21 was updated in 2015, it incorporated a more modern outlook and de-emphasized some of those postmodern elements. And in 2020, Advantage at Sea took this even further. The document focuses much more narrowly on great power threats, most notably China, stating China represents the most pressing, long-term strategic threat. It stresses that the Navy's primary missions and capabilities must be tailored specifically to compete with China. Specifically, it clarifies that sea control must take priority over other missions, like, say, humanitarian assistance. And while CS21 contained a more cooperative vision of sea control, Advantage at Sea adopts a much more traditional vision of sea control, which includes denying our adversaries use of the sea while securing the US's freedom of maneuver and ability to attack adversary forces and impose costs globally. Finally, Advantage at Sea insists that the US must put all of its emphasis on the ability to fight and win in high-intensity operations in contested environments. This includes acquiring more lethal, distributed, and survivable capabilities that will allow the US to penetrate and degrade China's A2AD assets. What about Japan? Again, a similar shift can be seen toward a more modern competitive strategy over time. If we look to the 2004 National Defense Program Guidelines, the NDPG, many components of the document in 2004 fit fairly closely with the assumptions and the priorities of the postmodern naval paradigm. The document draws attention to the strategic significance of deepening interdependence. It clarifies that the peace and stability of Japan is closely linked to the international community. It emphasizes that while homeland defense, a very modern mission, will remain paramount, Japan's second objective is to improve the international security environment alongside the US and the international community. It stresses that non-state actors, especially terrorist organizations, are now a dire threat to international security. And the document also asserts that the risk of major power war and a direct attack on Japanese territory is limited at best, and that therefore Japanese maritime forces can shift away from traditional focuses on ASW, on anti-air warfare, and instead Japan can invest in preparing for postmodern maritime missions, including the ability to quickly dispatch defense force units overseas to engage in various international peace cooperation activities. Now juxtapose this with the most recent NDPG released in 2018. Interdependence is no longer seen as inevitably driving greater global cooperation. Instead, the global environment is framed as increasingly competitive. The document emphasizes that China in particular poses a serious concern for Japanese interests in the region, specifying its improving A2AD and power projection capabilities as a threat. The 2018 NDPG focuses more narrowly on the territorial defense of Japan, listing its 3 defense objectives as creating a secure environment, deterring, and if need be, countering threats to Japanese territory. To do this, it calls for a multi-domain defense force that features pretty significant quantitative and qualitative upgrades that are mostly directed at deterring the threat posed by China. In particular, the document focuses very heavily on the defense of Japan's remote islands, right, including the Senkakus, which are contested by China, emphasizing sea control, power projection, and amphibious capabilities, but also focusing more heavily on sea denial, a key mission for Japanese maritime forces in the context of island defense. And to do this, it prioritizes investments in a range of long-range strike capabilities alongside stronger ISR, ASW, and amphibious capabilities, all tailored toward fighting in a high-intensity conflict. Right? So all of these elements, I would say, point toward an increasingly modern outlook on sea power rather than postmodern. Last but not least, we can compare a couple of Australian strategic documents. Interestingly, I think if you look at Australia's written maritime strategy as expressed in its defense white papers, its emphasis on the postmodern paradigm actually increases throughout the 2010s before making a sharp turn toward the modern paradigm at the end of the decade. Here, a comparison between the 2016 white paper and the 2020 strategic update, I think, is illustrative. In 2016, although it acknowledges the concerns raised by growing frictions between the US and China and China's modernization, Australia expressed sort of a profound, almost ambivalence toward China and its potential as a threat to Australia. Moreover, the white paper places even stronger emphasis on non-state threats, especially ISIS and terrorist organizations. And it emphasizes that growing interconnectivity ties Australia's interests to the world such that it cannot afford to equip, train, and prepare its military forces solely for the unlikely event of a major attack on Australian territory. Right? As such, Australian forces have to be agile. They have to have a broad set of capabilities that can support non-traditional missions far from their shores. And this all changes in the 2020 Special Defense Strategic Update, designed to modify the preceding white paper. The new update is overwhelmingly modern in its outlook. It begins by emphasizing how strategic competition between major powers is now just a fact of life, and that nation states, rather than non-state actors, are now central to Australia's strategic environment. It continually expresses concerns about China's strength and behavior, and in the face of those challenges, it narrows the focus of Australia's force structure and posture back down to our immediate region, especially territorial defense. So within the region, Australia emphasizes deterrence and defense against state-based threats to its territory and northern approaches. This includes a much heavier focus, as many have noted, on sea denial in particular, the ability to hold potential adversaries' forces at risk from a greater distance. And so the strategy calls for a major increase in military capabilities, investing in more lethal and survivable assets suited to high-intensity conflict, focusing on things, again, like long-range strike capabilities and even mine warfare. Alongside this written guidance, if you look at the operations states are actually engaged in and the capabilities they are deploying, I think you can see similar changes from postmodern to modern over time, although they are in some cases more subtle. Each state seems to have shifted more and more away from using its naval and maritime power to support stabilization operations abroad, especially in the Middle East and South Asia, where all three have played a role at sea in the past. Each state is increasingly concentrating on training, deterrence, and presence operations in the Indo-Pacific. And the states are now investing in the types of capabilities that you would expect to be needed to fight with great powers rather than to, say, police sea lanes that are threatened by pirates or to project power ashore to degrade terror networks on land. Each state, especially Australia and Japan, is putting more of an emphasis on a well-rounded and more independent set of maritime forces that can defend the country even without a lot of international assistance. Each is also investing more heavily in lethal long-range strike capabilities, unmanned assets, and submarine warfare. Now, of course, these are just 3 states, but I see this as an example of a broader shift underway in the region. I think if you look at other navies like Singapore or India, you'll find a similar shift underway. And I think arguably China has never really embraced the postmodern naval paradigm in the first place, remaining fairly heavily focused on a competitive, state-centric approach to maritime security. So I'll close just by offering some very, very just sort of introductory thoughts on the possible causes and consequences of this shift. It's hard to know why this is taking place, but one obvious plausible cause is simply China's rise. As states feel more threatened by a potential great power competitor, perhaps this alone has driven them to focus more heavily on the modern approach to naval strategy. And perhaps this postmodern approach, that really maybe only applies when you have an international order upheld by an unchallenged maritime hegemon. But it might also be that the assumptions about globalization underpinning the postmodern paradigm are increasingly being challenged. Much of the optimism about globalization as a force for global progress and peace, but as a transformative development that would render interstate conflict irrelevant, while bringing about universal liberalization and democratization, much of that has faded in the aftermath of the 2008-2009 financial crisis, the following years of slow recovery, and the populist backlash against globalization that emerged in much of the West throughout the 2010s. Perhaps this has also played a role in the paradigm shift underway in regional naval strategies. What are the consequences of all this? To be brief, I think this will feed into and reinforce the growing atmosphere of competition in the Indo-Pacific between China on the one hand and the maritime democracies on the other hand that many have commented on already today. As Till emphasizes, modern strategies tend to encourage competitive arms races as each state attempts to gain an edge on its potential competitors. More broadly, there are always opportunity costs to any policy, and here, as states focus more and more on deterrence and high-end conflict, they will inevitably be less well equipped to handle some of the non-traditional threats that will endure and may indeed intensify in the coming years, threats like piracy, instability, and natural disasters in particular. It may be that coast guards in the region will need more resources and need to step up and be reinforced to tackle some of these challenges as navies shift their focus elsewhere. And additionally, the shift from postmodern strategies to modern strategies may have a cascading effect. Postmodern strategies hinge on extensive, inclusive, multilateral naval cooperation. And if fewer and fewer states embrace postmodernism, these strategies become less and less viable for any adherents lagging behind the general trend. With that, I'll close my remarks. I look forward to hearing what our distinguished discussions have to say, both about this and about any other important developments they see as taking place in the Indo-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor French. You have elaborated a strategic shift of the maritime powers such as US, Japan, Australia from postmodern paradigm to the modern paradigm. And now is the time to hand the screen over to our designated discussant. We have Ambassador Lippert and Dr. Koch waiting to comment on the first presentation of the Dr. Lindsay. So please, Ambassador Lippert, you have 10 minutes.
All right. Well, thanks, Dr. Kim. Really great honor to be here. You're an excellent moderator, and you're exceptional in terms of your geopolitical thinking from MIT. You're very popular television and radio shows in Korea.
It's not set up.
But the thing is it? Can you hear me?
Yes, sure. Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
All right, great. And finally, I would just say the thing I like most about you is you're a Doosan Bears Guang fan. So anyway, and Dr. Lindsay, I just wanted to say thanks for an excellent presentation. And just if I could put a plug in for his outstanding podcast, The President's Inbox. He did mention, you basically said the words President Inbox today, and it's an outstanding podcast. So just a plug there. I found his presentation excellent, really on target. And I'm going to be brief in my comments here and consider these in the spirit of friendly amendments to make an excellent presentation, hopefully a little bit better. I think his goals of the U.S.-China policy were well outlined. I completely agree there's not a clear answer on a comprehensive China policy yet, and it leaves experts like Dr. Lindsay to read the tea leaves and try to cobble that together. Having said that, it is early days. But I think we don't have some clear answers yet on a comprehensive strategy. The other question that I think is really operative here, and it's a hard question to answer, and it's one Fareed Zakaria asked, it is what is the appropriate place in the international system for China under these conditions? I think if the U.S. administration can get closer to answering that question, I think that will help inform the Secretary Blinken trade-offs in terms of when to compete, when to confront. I also think it would help the administration prioritize what it wants to oppose, what it wants to chase, so you're not chasing every single thing of a major economic and global power like the Chinese. And I think that would help prioritization. And I also think would help our friends and allies address or at least know better what they are being asked to do and sign up for. So I think that's a key question. Next point, I would say in terms of the overall Indo-Pacific strategy, here too, I think Dr. Lindsay was on target. I just would formulate it slightly differently in terms of the foreign piece or the overseas piece. I think the three key priorities of the administration are alliances, partners, friends, one priority, two, values, which I think is starting to percolate here as a debate topic in Korea, and three, the multilateral architecture. On the domestic side, completely agree, revitalization, I think key technologies, development, and finally the supply chain issue, which I talked about in my opening remarks. 2 points quickly on the domestic support. I agree here too. There is widespread hardening of views in alignment with the Biden administration in terms of its posture towards the China. I think there will be widespread bipartisan support for that. I also agree that there is support generally for the Indo-Pacific, although less defined. I would just quickly add that there's also strong support for alliances, and I do think that there's widespread consensus in Washington that the economic interests of the United States increasingly align to those in the Asia Pacific. A couple of other quick responses here on the Department of Defense issues. I am a little less worried than Dr. Lindsay. I think the Pentagon, having worked there myself, I think the Pentagon is really focused on China. There are multiple reviews. There's actually 2 reviews on China going on, one at the Secretary of Defense level, one at the Assistant Secretary level. And I would say the bureaucracy of the building, all of its component pieces are really moving in the China direction, and quite frankly have been for some time. I do think his points on the top line budget are really important. The other thing I would look at is even if you don't get top line help on the overall budget number, it's important to look at, is the Pentagon then going to clear out some of the below the top line programs, make tough political choices like close infrastructure, like reduce benefits and pay, like take vertical cuts and other weapon systems in order to clear out more top line or more headroom under the top line budget for China-related programs. Final point on this, the issue that they will have is they do need a clear strategic direction, and you have, what's always a challenge here is every weapon system, every procurement issue all of a sudden becomes a China or Indo-Pacific weapon system, and how they draw that line internally is really important. I would say quickly on procurement in the Department of Defense, I think that what the Pentagon's going to have to do is struggle with the fact that technological procurement is very different than it was 20, 30 years ago, where the U.S. tended to develop a lot of it internally to the Department of Defense, then control its application and spread either commercially or to allies. In this case, to quote Ash Carter, at least paraphrase, technology today is more diffuse, commercially available, and how the Pentagon adapts to that reality in the Indo-Pacific environment will be absolutely critical. Final 2 things, because I'm running short here on time. I do think the trade architecture, the economic piece is very important. I outlined a lot of that in my opening statement. I would say that the U.S. has, I think, really important. I think it's important to figure out where we fit in the trade architecture here. If you're not going to do TPP, is there another high standards agreement? Is there something smaller like a digital services agreement that you can promulgate here? But I do think a positive agenda, as Dr. Lindsay pointed out, is critical. I think questions around the WTO and non-market economies loom large in the Asia Pacific. And I would agree that the tariff questions extant from the Trump administration have largely been resolved. And I would add some of these things have an impact right here in Korea, like questions around steel quotas that have its origins in the Trump administration. Final thing, let me close here. I do think in terms of the challenges that Dr. Lindsay outlined, I think there will be room for the Biden administration to focus on the China Indo-Pacific strategy. It is so high up on the agenda. It is so important to the country, and there is bipartisan support for it in Washington. I do think the harder pieces will be implementation. The economic pieces are going to be difficult, questions around tariffs, all of that I outlined. And I do think that getting more funding for non-Department of Defense overseas initiatives is going to be challenging as well. To conclude, I would add one thing is that I think what's interesting for the United States domestically is a question around, on the one hand, I think I always get comments from Asian friends, can the United States institutions solve complex problems the way it used to be? There is a lot of polarization in the United States. There's no doubt about that. On the other hand, I get comments from Asian friends too, that there is no other big country so resilient, so entrepreneurial, so creative than the United States. So how and where the United States falls, I think, on that basket of issues will be also a driver in informing this discussion. And with that, I am out of time and will yield the floor back to Dr. Kim. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ambassador Lippert. You were just perfect on time. Now, Dr. Cook, you have your own comments on the Dr. Lindsay's presentation, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. June Kim. You made a very kind introduction at the outset, but could I just highlight that my main affiliation is at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, and where I am the Shangri-La Dialogue Senior Fellow for Asia Pacific Security. Let me begin by also thanking my host today, the Republic of Korea Navy and the Korea Institute for Maritime Strategy. It's a tremendous honor to be able to participate in this 15th International Seapower Symposium. Commander-Select Ji-Hoon Yu, thank you for your able organization of this event and for facilitating my participation. Now, I've been invited to comment on Dr. Lindsay's terrific presentation and piece on the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy. And I'll do so at times from the perspective of Southeast Asia, which is at the heart of the geographic heart, at least, of the Indo-Pacific, before turning to making a few remarks on maritime security. Let me actually highlight why maritime security is so important before I start commenting on Dr. Lindsay's presentation. The Indo-Pacific terminology itself captures the integral link between the Indian and Pacific Oceans as one strategic theater and focuses our attention on the importance of the maritime domain for regional security. For the region, security is largely, though not exclusively, about maritime security. And as such, a successful Indo-Pacific strategy will need a successful maritime strategy. So turning now to Dr. Lindsay's remarks. On the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy, I completely agree that the primary difference between the Biden and Trump administrations lies less in the substance of policy, but in its implementation, with President Biden, of course, seeking to work more effectively with allies and partners. Indeed, both share the same goals, even though President Trump had put this rather crudely as an American first policy. But of course, I think it's quite understandable for America to put its national interests first. Indeed, the same goes for other countries. The difference, I think, lies in whether a country considers its national interests best served by working with allies and partners and through multilateral frameworks, or forging a more solitary path. And of course, President Trump chose the latter and President Biden the former. So the difference is in means, not desired ends, which are certainly to promote national interests. Now, we know that the US seeks to promote national interests. The question, though, is what these interests may be. That's less clear. Is it to promote a rules-based international order, as it often says, or is it, as the declassified US strategic framework for the Indo-Pacific spells out, to maintain US strategic primacy in the Indo-Pacific region? And I think depending on how it's framed, there will be varying degrees of support from the region. Now, on the implementation of the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy, Dr. Lindsay maintains that its diplomatic prong is the most developed. I think this was certainly true in other parts of the Indo-Pacific, but not in Southeast Asia, which only saw its first high-level visit from the Biden administration some 7 months after President Biden took office. The recent visits by Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and by Vice President Kamala Harris, just 2 weeks after that, were welcomed in the region, but these trips were in a sense the US playing catching up. Diplomacy, moreover, can only go so far, and Southeast Asia will be looking for evidence that the US engagement with the region is broad-based and multifaceted, rather than mainly focused on security. Now, I couldn't agree more with Dr. Lindsay's point that the failure to develop a positive trade or economic agenda may eventually undo Biden's Indo-Pacific strategy. The lack of a clear economic strategy is, in my view, the weakest link in the US Indo-Pacific strategy. Washington's ability to compete more effectively on the economic front was hurt by former President Trump's withdrawal from the Trans-Pacific Partnership trade deal, and President Biden's foreign policy for the middle class also ties America's hands in the sense that it in practice means that the US is unlikely to be able to conclude broad-ranging trade deals in the short to medium term. And this was, I think, spelled out quite clearly in its interim national security strategic guidance, which was issued in March, and which states categorically that the US will only pursue new trade deals after we have made investments in American workers and communities. This is, of course, very problematic given China's economic clout in the region. And I think in a recent Institute for Southeast Asian poll that came out a little earlier this year, 76.3% of respondents from Southeast Asia consider China to be the most influential economic power in Southeast Asia, whereas only a meager 7.4% selected the United States. So that's quite a large disparity there. Now, another aspect of the implementation of the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy relates to framing the values piece that Ambassador Lippert just mentioned. President Biden has talked about his intention to defend democracies against authoritarian states, and also convening a leaders' summit for democracy at the end of this year. But I think the framing of the contest between authoritarian and liberal states might stir hearts in the United States and potentially strengthen some ties in Europe. It works very poorly in Southeast Asia, where states reject a one-size-fits-all approach to governance and are concerned that such rhetoric might one day be directed against them. They are also concerned that such framing will unnecessarily deepen tensions with China, which of course they do not want, given the instability that it introduces into the region. Now, on challenges to the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy, Dr. Lindsay notes the difficulty in persuading US allies and partners in Asia to lend more than rhetorical support for the Indo-Pacific strategy. But I think even rhetorical support was hard in coming for the US, for the Institute, for the Southeast Asian partners. So it took a long time and much debate within ASEAN before it adopted the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific in July 2019, a year and a half after President Trump first raised the US Indo-Pacific strategy in November 2017. And the document, if you look at it, is very nuanced. It balances use of Indo-Pacific terminology with recognition of the importance of infrastructure development to the region, a nod to China and its Belt and Road Initiative. The document also eschews mention of the quadrilateral security dialogue between the United States, Japan, and Australia, which China regards as a containment strategy. Instead, the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific focuses on economic and other areas of cooperation, including connectivity. So persuading countries in Southeast Asia to go beyond rhetorical support will largely depend on how objectives are framed and how they are perceived. Is it a quest to support the rules-based order, which benefits all, including China? At least the argument can be made. Or is the US seeking to contain China? And as I pointed out at the outset, I think the latter would have very much less support. I think Dr. Lindsay rightly points out the challenge of demonstrating sustained US commitment, particularly given recent events in Afghanistan. As he states in his paper, Afghanistan shows that presidents can undo US defense commitments with the stroke of a pen. But I think the Indo-Pacific region is not Afghanistan, and I suspect that its impact on the geopolitics of the region will be far less than the chaos around Afghanistan currently suggests. Certainly, the decision to withdraw from Afghanistan and its shambolic execution will impact US credibility in the short run. But US credibility has for decades been questioned to no real effect in the region, given that, it still allowed the United States to become, until quite recently, the unchallenged hegemon. I think the events of Afghanistan will not stop regional countries from working with the United States. It's still the world's most powerful country, and even an unreliable partner is better than none in terms of seeking to maintain the region's balance of power. Now, perhaps the most important takeaway from Afghanistan for the region is that interests matter. So if the US is to maintain its influence in the Indo-Pacific, it will be less about making demonstrations of commitment, though that's of course important, than about showing enduring interests that dovetail with those of regional countries. Now, let me say a few words now about maritime security. I mentioned at the outset how important a successful maritime strategy is to a successful Indo-Pacific strategy. The South China Sea, an area I work closely on, has emerged as an area of US-China strategic competition and a potential flashpoint. How the Biden administration handles this issue is of particular importance. What we've seen thus far suggests continuity rather than change from the Trump administration's approach, and I think this, in fact, is a positive result. First, the Biden administration has continued with what the US calls freedom of navigation operations. The goals of such operations go beyond protecting the right to navigate from point A to point B in a coastal state's exclusive economic zone or in the high seas. It also defends the right of all vessels to exercise innocent passage in a coastal state's territorial sea without its prior permission or authorization, and to conduct military activities in a coastal state's EEZ. These operations are important because they ensure that maritime rights and freedoms are not eroded over time, and the South China Sea doesn't become a Chinese lake. Second, and critically, the Biden administration affirmed the United States' July 2020 policy, aligning the US position on China's maritime claims in the South China Sea with the International Tribunal's decision. The main significance of the ruling was to confirm that the Philippines, and by implication the other Southeast Asian states, Southeast Asian littoral states, enjoyed exclusive economic rights in the exclusive economic zones, unencumbered by China's 9-dash line or any EEZ generated from a feature or group of features in the Spratlys. Affirming the tribunal's decision was of critical importance as it reassures Southeast Asian countries that the US cares about their economic rights, even though no one is under any illusion that such concerns arise from anything other than escalating US-China rivalry. I think for several years, the US and its Western allies and partners have been more focused on passage and other freedoms of the seas, but such matters concern Southeast Asian littoral states less. They worry about their ability to fish as well as to explore for oil and gas in their EEZs without being harassed by Chinese vessels. So aligning the US position with the tribunal ruling will also allow its actions to enjoy greater legitimacy, which will in turn help it boost support for multilateral and bilateral efforts to defend the rules-based order. So let me now conclude by posing two questions arising out of topic one for the ROK's reflection. First, excuse me. First, the ROK's new Southern policy has been welcomed in Southeast Asia, but does the ROK need to issue guidelines for the Indo-Pacific? Given that its close ally, the United States, and many of the ROK's partners have issued Indo-Pacific policy documents, adopting one might give the ROK a better chance of shaping developments in the Indo-Pacific as well. Second, should the ROK either jointly or independently conduct assertions of maritime rights and freedoms in the South China Sea to ensure that these aren't eroded over time, and more broadly, enable it to support a rules-based international order? The ROK has a very capable Navy, and I think that might be using it to great effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cook. I think these questions are nailing down that we have the bipartisan and high support for the strategies widely, but how to implement that, maybe there's the point that the differences come from to satisfy allies and neighboring countries and also American public. Now, I'd like to ask the comments by Professor Goltz on Professor French's paper. Please, Professor Goltz.
Thank you. It's a real honor and pleasure to be addressing the 15th Seapower Symposium. I very much appreciate the invitation and all of the really terrific assistance in making this happen, even though I was unable to travel to Korea. I'm really very sorry that I haven't. I have deep interest and affection for a very long time. My father was stationed in Korea in the army, and my mother played in the Korean National Symphony one time, long ago, for several years. And I'm very sorry not to be there with you, but I really appreciate Commander Select Yu's really terrific help in arranging for my participation virtually. I also really appreciate Professor French's paper and presentation, which I think provided a really useful framework, a way to think about regional navies' behavior and what their goals are, and described very clearly some important changes that have happened that help us understand where we are today in the regional security environment. In my brief time, I wanted to pose, or I wanted to raise 4 issues, which may be questions or maybe comments, but maybe to help forward the discussion more in reaction to Professor French's paper and comments today. So first, the paper is framed very much in reaction to what Professor French described as Jeffrey Till's magisterial book, a very famous book, and this differentiation in paradigms between modern and postmodern navies is helpful for kind of almost caricatures of different ways of thinking about the world, right? They're simplifications, and they pretend that people who think about something in one way must think about a whole bunch of other things in the same way that the paradigm encourages them to think about, when people are really more complex than that. But it still is very helpful because these ideas do tend to work together. All of the things that go with the modern paradigm do tend to fit together, and the things that go with the postmodern paradigm also go together. However, that phrasing of modern and postmodern is kind of idiosyncratic. And I would just point out that there are this same discussion of kind of globalization optimism or globalization pessimism, or frankly, optimism or pessimism about the international security environment, has a long, long history going back to the very beginning of international relations as a discipline. Like in the very first departments, were started up, at Aberystwyth in Wales, where we think about postmodernism. To me, just looks like idealism or some flavors of modern liberalism, and the modern approach seems like the realist approach. And those framings, liberalism and realism, or idealism and realism, may help us convey what it is that we're talking about better than just using less common terminology. But I think it also raises another issue, which is militaries in general, including navies, have a long tradition of being thought of as realist leaning, as having military realism as a framework for how military officers tend to think. And one thing that I react to in this conversation about whether militaries or navies in Asia, in the Indo-Pacific region, have been postmodern or modern in recent years, is the idea that I think militaries are always modern or are always realist in their approach. And occasionally, when the security situation warrants it, they add on, in addition, some additional missions or additional ideas about how to think. They add on the idealist framework when they think they can get away with it. And so to me, what needs explaining is not the return to realism in the past few years, but the strange deviation for 15 years before that, when a whole bunch of regional navies pretended that they could be idealists. And so I think we might be explaining the wrong thing. Now, I do think the conversation about paradigms, this is my second big point, masks what's really been going on in the region, which is that there's been a change, or not just in the region, in the global security environment. There have been changes in the global security environment. So I think what happened is that in 2001, the United States got attacked in a terrorist spectacular. 9/11 happened 20 years ago. And so the United States added some new missions. We had to go defeat the Taliban, fight terrorism. We started to be concerned with global disorder and safe havens around the world. And so we changed the way we talked about security missions for a while. And then as those missions turned into morasses, or the priority went down, or there were not continuing terrorist spectaculars, the United States sort of returned to waking up to major power competition and the rise of China, and went back to being a modern navy. Now this, of course, the fact that the US got attacked also had implications for other navies. So if you ask why Japan and Australia went through this deviation for a while and sounded postmodern, it seems to me that they did it because they're allied with the United States. And it's odd to me to talk about the Japanese and Australian or other regional maritime nations' naval strategies or naval approaches without really talking about the context of the American alliances. So I think that really what happened is that the Allies followed the United States, and they did it because they wanted to maintain US interest in the alliances. And of course, it was very clear that the US for 20 years, 15 years, was interested in chasing terrorists and stopping pirates and doing other things, but mainly chasing terrorists. And the way that other countries could convince the United States that they were still should be on the radar screen was to talk about how they were interested in chasing terrorists too. And I think that's what's been going on. Now, my third point is that navies actually change very slowly, much slower than the other services. And so what I think what we see, the navies were not actually affected that much by this except for rhetorically. So to build, fleets are built on a time scale of decades, right? Ships last a long time, and it takes a long time to build ships. So when you change rhetorically to talk about terrorism, you don't actually change the fleet that much. The fleet itself reacts quite slowly. And in the paper, a little more than in the talk, Professor French talked about the littoral combat ship as an expression of the American Navy's postmodernism. But to me, I think you have to remember, I spent a lot of time studying, working, I wrote a book kind of about network-centric warfare and the modern Navy and the changes, the so-called naval transformation 20 years ago in the United States. And really, the littoral combat ship came from a bunch of proposals for very high-intensity combat, for traditional, modern, great power versus great power competition, from a proposal called the Street Fighter, right? Where you needed small, switchable, multi-mission ships where losing a single ship wouldn't really dramatically change the strategic environment because the lethality of combat environments, of high-intensity combat, was becoming so great that if you packed too many eggs in one basket, you wouldn't be able to be resilient and continue to fight effectively. So the littoral combat ship was really an expression of trying to figure out the best way to continue the kinds of high-intensity combat missions that the United States had always wanted to prepare for in a new technological environment that was very lethal. Sensors were better, precision weapons were better, the anti-access area denial concepts of operations were growing and coming into being. And we didn't really shift to being postmodern in the fleet design. In fact, these are the same dynamics in fleet design we see today as we're now thinking of returning to great power competition and preparing to fight China. We're basically trying to build more distributed firepower and a more network-centric approach to fighting. It's everything we thought we were doing 20 years ago, just we couldn't make the technology work out 20 years ago, and we're hoping that this time it'll actually work. So the last thing that I want to say in my brief remarks is the fourth point, which is I think the reality of the important changes in the maritime security environment. I think there's a better way to talk about it than in talking about liberalism or idealism and realism or these paradigms, postmodern versus modern. I think it's trying to deal with the fact, partly of China's rise, but mostly of the trajectory of technology, of the sensor and precision revolution that has made it much harder to survive in a maritime environment than it used to be in the past. The air and surface assets, airplanes and ships, are much easier to find and shoot at than they were in the past. You can't hide in great space the way you used to. And the question is how to react to that. And you can react to it offensively, which I think is mostly how the US Navy has been doing this, which is you could try to shoot the archer, right? So if another guy has an anti-ship missile they want to send and hurt your fleet, you could try to shoot their launcher before they fire their missile. And that is the offensive response to keep yourself alive. And the United States has been trying to prepare better sensors, better long-range strike, a whole set of very expensive hypersonic weapons, a whole set of very expensive and frankly, potentially escalatory and dangerous responses to the lethality in the maritime environment.
Well, Professor Golds, you have 1 minute, I'm sorry.
Of course. A second response that you could make is to dive deep, go for subsurface, right? Stay out of the ability of sensors to find you and shoot you so easily. This is very expensive, and it's also hard to project power because, of course, the subsurface is the silent surface. And so I don't think that is a likely response. But the final thing, which I think is a better response, is to shift to a defensive posture, right? To align the concept of operations with the strategic goals that the maritime democracies have, which is not to go on the offense. We don't say we want to use our militaries to go conquer and defeat and attack other countries. We want to use them to prevent others from coming after us. And the A2AD revolution strengthens our ability to defend, even as it undermines our ability to attack. And to me, that's the fundamental question of thinking about what's the maritime paradigm we want to be in. It's not about modern versus postmodern. It's about offense versus defense. And the good news is we want to be on the defense, and the defense is increasingly favored. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Golds. Now, Professor Kelly.
Yeah. I'd like to thank ROC and ISS and Commander Yu for having me. Thank you. I'm also speaking to Dr. French's paper. I thought this was fairly persuasive and well-researched. I would encourage the participants to read it. I thought the discussions of doctrine were quite persuasive, actually, and I think the purchases from from navies in the region support the basic argument, right? Particularly if you look at aircraft carriers, it's pretty clear that China is sort of on the build-up towards carrier task forces, and now we know that Japan wants to respond by buying a light aircraft carrier. Now the ROCs are talking about it, right? The British aircraft carrier is supposed to come to town. So I think that's fairly persuasive. I also agree that this is almost certainly driven by China, right? That this is sort of a snapback, if you will, to China's rise. I don't really think that that's a particularly contentious insight anymore at this point, right? I mean, I think a lot of the defense purchases in the region, not just on land, but basically everywhere, will be driven by China for the next several decades. So that doesn't strike me as as particularly controversial. I would also argue, though, that the snapback, if you will, to sort of like modernist thinking, to sort of use the language of the paper, also more broadly fits East Asia's general modernism, if you will, right? I mean, this is something I've written about elsewhere, but I mean, East Asia is still very much, I don't know what the right word here is, Schmittian or Hegelian, right? Sort of nationalism, state borders, right? Central state governments. But this is really important here, much more so than in the West. If you go to sort of international relations academies in the West and stuff like that, you hear a lot about multilateralism and non-governmental organizations and international organizations and transnational organizations. And one of the things I've noticed in living in Korea for 10 or 15 years is that I almost never talk about that stuff at conferences. That stuff's just not really there. And so the focus on sort of modernism, if you will, and sort of the development of large national navies fits more broadly sort of the cultural and political context, right, of state centrism here. Okay, to the postmodernism, the post sort of modern argument. I agree that I actually agreed with both the speaker and the critic that this is almost certainly a luxury. It's an add-on. It's an extra, right? Militaries by definition are, as Dr. Gold said, sort of realist-leaning, if you will, right? This is kind of realpolitik built into the very idea of developing a military, right? That the security dilemma is real and things like that. Right, and so it was almost certainly an extra, or probably, I actually think my own sense is it's actually probably a luxury of unipolarity. I think here Dr. French is correct in the paper that this was almost certainly a sort of an evolution of the fact that security seemed to recede as an important issue for about 20, 25 years there, right? And now that China is coming back, we're kind of sliding back into more traditional sort of bipolar or multipolar dynamics, which all of us in this room understand, right? It increasingly looks like great power politics or realpolitik. Okay, and so ultimately states will see these things as optional and they'll drop them when traditional threats begin to reemerge. And again, that's China. I don't think that's particularly controversial. It was also almost certainly here, you guys, everybody kind of like preempted my comments. This is also sort of a product of the war on terrorism, as Dr. Goltz mentioned, right? I mean, for a while, the United States was like, these things are really important, right? We got to go running around the Persian Gulf where you don't actually need, lots and lots of large, heavy platforms. Instead, you need onshore support and things like that, right? Or we're going to chase, pirates in the Indian Ocean, and so you need sort of smaller, more lithe platforms and stuff like that, right? And now that the war on terrorism is sort of winding down with Afghanistan, again, the modernist snapback sort of makes sense. And also, I would just sort of mention in passing too that the dislike of this fits. I think our dislike at this point, after 20 years with the war on terrorism, right? Sort of the postmodern missions, if they feel sort of like vague and potentially expensive, and we're not really quite sure what we're doing here. And okay, so is the U.S. Navy really designed to do tsunami relief? Well, not really. That kind of fits with our general sense that the war on terrorism has become sort of this big, unwinnable, open-ended quagmire thing that just kind of goes on and on and on and on, right? And so if we sort of snap back to China, it's like, okay, at least we know what that is, right? It's like China builds aircraft carriers and we can do it too, as opposed to, we're going to use the Navy to hunt, pirates and stuff like that, right? So in that sense, it fits more traditionally the bureaucratic mission as understood by defense ministries. Okay, and then, so I know I'm running out of time. So on policy, I would just say the policy sort of implications of this. One, this looks an awful lot like an arms race, right? Which is going to eventually mean that, we don't want to have World War I in Asia, right? So eventually Asia is going to need more diplomacy, right? Asia is distinctly lacking in international organizations. This is something that I think really should be worked on a lot, right? Not just sort of at high-level interstate summit diplomacy, right, for the photos, but, real organizations built here to sort of contain these dynamics so they don't explode, right? So that the frictions that arise from all this density, all these weapons platforms and all this shipping, right? So you don't have these things sort of grinding against each other and spinning out of control, right? You need more than just summit diplomacy. You're going to need rules and meetings, maybe an Asian concert, whatever you want to call it, but more diplomacy, thicker interaction that goes deeper than just summitry. I think it's also a shame, we should just say sort of in passing, that we're going to lose the sort of common goods missions of the postmodern approach, right? I mean, these things actually did a lot of good stuff, right? I mean, it's good that we go and push pirates off the sea, right? It's good that we go and actually help tsunami victims, right? I mean, it's helpful that we make sure, particularly in Southeast Asia, that state fragmentation doesn't lead to, civil wars and conflicts and explosion in places like Indonesia, and all those things are going to be pushed away. And I think that's a real loss, right? Again, I mean, states are going to prioritize their own national interest overall. Other issues, I mean, that's not a particular surprise, but we should sort of lament a little bit the fact that these postmodern missions were, in fact, valuable. They did actually serve sort of humanitarian and public goods concerns, and those things are going to fade away as the whole conversation boils down to, you know, China versus some U.S.-led coalition in the region. Next, it's just two more comments. I know I'm running out of time. All of this modern weapons buildup makes the environment more dangerous, obviously, right? It increases the potential for friction, right? I did appreciate particularly Dr. French's argument that the region is just becoming more dense. There's just more traffic. There's just more stuff. There's more people and more ships and more movement, right? More lateral pressure, which means you're going to have more friction points. You're going to have things like, you know, when the U.S. spy plane, you know, had to land in China back in 2001. You're going to have those kinds of things happen more and more. Eventually, at some point in the South China Sea, for example, you're probably going to have ships collide. You know, you can go on YouTube and you can see Chinese fishing vessels ramming Japanese Coast Guard ships, right? I mean, the more stuff you crowd into this space, the more likely you're going to have friction, and the more heavily armed everybody is. Again, this isn't terribly surprising. The more bureaucratic incentive you're going to have to fight, right? The more the potential costs of friction go up. Right, the better armed everybody is, the more you encourage tougher responses, the more people get their spine up and refuse to back down, right? And then if conflict really does happen, if things really do spin out of control, of course, war is substantially more dangerous, right? Again, I mean, this is sort of the argument that, you know, this is Friedberg, right? That sort of, you know, Asia today is like Europe before 1914. Everybody's arming up to the teeth, so if there is an explosion, it's that much worse. I do also think that all of this will encourage and worsen Chinese paranoia that it's being encircled and contained, and I think this is something that we should really worry about. I bang on a lot about this in my writing. I'm kind of dovish on China because I really am concerned that we're sliding right in towards a Cold War. I'm very concerned about this language, this framing about great power competition, and how sort of like excited everybody in Washington, D.C. seems to be about this, right? China is, to my mind, a far greater challenge for the United States than any other hegemonic competitor we've ever faced. You know, the Soviet Union was large, but it was economically weak. The Axis powers were military ferocious, but they were economically rather small. I mean, China is, to my mind, a competitor to the United States of a much greater order, and we should be far more careful about the way we talk about China, I think, than we are. We do continue to have shared interests with China. North Korea's nuclear weapons program and missile program, you know, the Chinese don't want that spinning out of control either. Climate change, trade, finance, I mean, there are ways for us to hopefully find some kind of working level agreements with the Chinese on some fairly substantial issues, and I think that's being sort of pushed off the back burner, and to the extent that we end up militarizing the region by building more and more aircraft carriers and flooding the region with missile defense and submarines and the rest, I mean, it becomes that much harder to sort of, you know, work our way out of the hole, right? We shouldn't want to slide into a Cold War with China. I mean, I think we are, and that's unfortunate, but we should not want that. We should push back on it. And then finally, all these bigger you know, all these, you know, larger platforms and sort of this rising density of military assets means bigger military budgets. That, you know, the navies are expensive, right? Naval platforms are large, they're costly. As was mentioned, they take decades to build. Navies are very costly, and that will eventually raise domestic welfare cost issues at home, guns and butter sorts of trade-offs. The more you want to build this stuff, right? I mean, I remember reading the other day about sort of like how U.S. aircraft carriers are mapped out until something like 2050. Right? I mean, this takes a long time. This is big money, and the Chinese start building like this too. When you're talking like really serious cash, and both the United States and China will eventually feel those pressures. You know, China's going to get old before it gets rich, as is well known. The American budget deficit and national debt are gigantic. Eventually, these pressures are going to feed in at home, and they're going to lead to really serious fights over the size of defense budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kelly. I never knew that you were such a fast talker. Okay, thank you. Well, we're running out of time, so I just take one question from the floor and then give a chance to respond to our presenters. Any question on the floor? Okay, please identify yourself first.
Thank you, Dr. Jun. I'm Lieutenant Commander Jiun Yu, and professor of military strategy at Rock Naval Academy. I have a question for Professor Eric. You have highlighted and nicely explained what factors and changes across the states in the region to shift back toward modern strategies. But I wonder whether this shifting neighbor strategy will be ultimately a right decision for those democracies you noted. What do you think about this? In addition, do you have any idea of how these changes will affect Republic of Korea and its plan to modernize its neighbor capabilities? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now I'd like to hand the mic over to our presenters, Dr. Lindsay first, and then Professor French.
thank you for handing the microphone over to me, Dr. Kim, but I think since the question was directed to Dr. French, I will defer to him.
I'm sorry, but you guys all have like 3 minutes max. We have to go to the lunch. Please go ahead, Dr. Lindsay.
Well, I'll just say thank you for having me on. I really can't speak to the question that was just posed. What I would say is that I'm deeply appreciative to the comments from Ambassador Lippert and Dr. Cook. I agree with everything they said. And I'd actually like, if I may, to emphasize a point each of them made. One is that Ambassador Lippert rightly stressed that what is very important is for the Biden administration to determine where it is that the United States should accommodate China and where it is, in essence, deciding what matters and requires the mobilization of the U.S. government and what we can adjust to and live with. And I think the problem here is that even if you can decide on that conceptually, it can be very hard, given the political dynamics in the United States, to make that work. In terms of what Dr. Cook said, I think she is quite right that there is sort of two risks of the Biden strategy. One is that Southeast Asia, which should be pivotal in an Indo-Pacific strategy, can be an afterthought. She's quite right that the Biden administration has been slow in getting to that region. But also, I think equally important point she makes is the importance of the United States not simply describing the world as it sees it, but making it clear to all potential partners and collaborators in its Indo-Pacific strategy that it serves their interests, not just the U.S. interests. But again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's a great conference, and I wish everybody well.
Thank you. Professor French.
So again, I'll just respond to my discussions briefly by saying I think they all raise very valid points. It's a great honor to have professors of their caliber reading and commenting on my paper, and I agree. And I think that your comments will help going forward as I continue to refine the paper and refine my work. I also want to plug Professor Goltz's work on sort of the ways in which changing technology in the Indo-Pacific is having an impact on the efficacy of offensive versus denial-based strategies. I think it's very interesting, and I think the ROC strategic community would benefit from engaging with some of those arguments. As to Lieutenant Commander Ji-Hoon Yu's question, I think ultimately this is the right call. Ultimately, it looks like growing interdependence is no real guarantee of peace and cooperation between the great powers in the region. And so I really think the postmodern paradigm can only succeed if all the major stakeholders in the region, or indeed the world, are committed to it, sort of collectively policing the key waterways, stabilizing fragile states, and so on. And it really doesn't seem like they are at this point, right? China is not on board with much of this. It has elected for a much more competitive strategy at the end of the day. And so I'm not sure the postmodern paradigm is going to be able to be successful in a more competitive world. For the ROC, I think for the ROC, this should shape its approach to maritime strategy. I would recommend keeping your eyes more narrowly on the great power challenges the ROC faces, alongside, of course, the enduring threat posed by the DPRK. I think the ROC should really seriously consider how it can deal with high-intensity threats at sea, and about focusing on some of the same priorities and capabilities that Australia and Japan are increasingly emphasizing, doubling down on lethal and survivable submarines, long-range strike capabilities, and so on. But I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I wish I had more time, but it's about time to wrap up. And I think it was a really exciting and insightful conversation we had, and I'd like to express my gratitude to our two excellent presenters and our designated discussants. And I pretty enjoyed this conversation, and I believe that all the audience did the same as well. Well, please join me in thanking to our great panelists with warm applause. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Thank you very much. I would like to sincerely thank our panelists from abroad, despite the time differences, for joining us despite the time differences, and Dr. Ji-Yoon Kim for leading the debate and discussions. By all means, I hope that our discussion on peace and prosperity, starting from the seas, become the foundation, fulfill our dreams. So now, ladies and gentlemen, after the lunch, I look forward to your participation in the second session, starting at 1:30 p.m. Please attention all on-site participations. The second session will also start here. Welcome everyone.
네, 15회 국제해양력 심포지엄 2분과
Mass of ceremony for today once again. Then now, would like to start the second session of today's symposium. First of all, let me introduce the moderator of the second session, the Professor Nam Song-wook. The Professor Nam Song-wook serves as the president of Korea University's Graduate School of Public Administration after earning a doctorate from Missouri State University in the U.S. Then I'd like to ask the Professor Nam Song-wook to host this session. So I'd like to hand off the microphone. So the Professor Nam, would you please start this session?
Thank you for the Mrs. Munsori. Always good comment.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I have a long lunch course with the Michael Donnelly in Japanese restaurant. 예, 반갑습니다, 여러분. 오전 세션은 좀 글로벌 세션.
Thank you very much. So the morning session was very global, so it was mostly discussed in English. But in the afternoon, this session is more of a local, so I'm going to speak quite briefly.
8 discordants. Therefore, we have no enough time in the afternoon session. As my mission is to control. 예, 일단 4명의 발표자.
So we have 4 speakers and 8 discussants in the afternoon. So I'd like to ask each speaker to use less than 20 minutes and discussant less than 10 minutes. So let me keep it short now and introduce session topic 3, trends in naval development in the Indo-Pacific, which will be presented by Professor Kyu Dok-hong. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
As introduced, I am Hong Kyu-dok. Nice to meet you. The topic that I'll be talking about is trends and outlook of naval modernization in the Indo-Pacific region. The key message that I would like to deliver today is that despite the COVID-19 pandemic, great powers are increasing their arms race. So amidst this backdrop, the key focus that we should have is CPRI or KIMS, a local institution, and their reports, because their reports focus on the arms race in the Indo-Pacific, and they say we see a big trend of naval modernization. So why is this happening is the focus of my presentation today. If I may bring the bottom line up front, this is because that countries within the regions cannot forego their naval modernization because there are uncertainty towards U.S. commitments. So the U.S. Biden administration should not approach the Indo-Pacific strategy on its own. It's actually engaging the Quad, Australia, India, and Japan, and not just Britain, but also France, as well as NATO, should promote democratic values, and U.S. should aim to engage them in the Indo-Pacific theater to commit and protect the values of democracy. So I brought another slide over here. Here you can see that the ASEAN countries and East Asian countries are increasing their military spending. So that's not a problem for East Asian countries because they have sufficient amount of budget. But when it comes to ASEAN countries, they are, as you can see, spending a lot of money in naval modernization. It's just only Malaysia here that's showing a downward trend, but Philippines and Singapore, which has ample amount of budgets, they're showing an increase in their military expenditure. That's a statistics. Here is another graph. Here you can see the numbers where Southeast Asian countries, obviously countries that are well off can spend more, but other countries in Southeast Asia are actually making more investment than their actual economic power when it comes to military spending. So we should see if this trend will continue in the future as well. Here you can see the overall breakdown in the Asia. Almost 42% is accounted by China, the rest Japan, Korea in order, and other countries in Asia. So we'll have to see what the outlook of this trend will be in the future. This is the defense budget of China. It's way much more than all of the budget combined in other Asian countries. So people say that the creation of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command is something that's happened recently, but it's not actually. If we look at the history of U.S., William Seward, the Secretary of State, or President Theodore Roosevelt's Great White Fleet show that the U.S. actually exerted influence in the Indo-Pacific region a long time ago. So we need to take into account this history. And countering this is the formidable challenge of China, the One Belt, One Road initiative. It's something that we all know already. And going against the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy, they are strengthening their operations in the far seas. And recently, Kevin Magnus or Philip Sanders reported recently in the U.S. while describing the quantitative expansion of China's military size. However, even if they do have advantage in terms of quantitative size, what I would like to emphasize today is that small countries or Southeast Asian countries within the India-Pacific region, if we take into account the Kabul incident as well, the U.S. commitment, although Biden says that it's going to continue in the future, realistically speaking, the countries within the Asian regions are very uncertain about this. The response of America is very forward-looking. So I will not go into detail of U.S. response today. The focus today will be Southeast Asia countries and Asia-Pacific countries. And there's a lot to learn from what these countries are doing. The 2018 National Defense Program guidelines of Japan, they are trying to build their cross-domain operations. Especially Japanese ministry established Maritime Operations Center in their Maritime Self-Defense Force. So they're actually responding quite well to the rise of China. And when it comes to Australia, it ranked 19th. So it's a really strong military power if you compare it around the world. So they are also actively participating in the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy. India was very passive in the early days, but now they changed their stance. They are also actively participating in the India-Pacific strategy, and they're also looking ways to cooperate with Vietnam with their military. ASEAN countries are a bit shaky, especially in the South China Sea, they have direct confrontation with China. So even if it takes a lot of money, they need to expand their navy, but this is met with realistic challenges. So how can we ease their fears, the fears of ASEAN countries? How can other countries help one another within this region? That's a problem that we need to solve. So China's threat is actually immediate, and the help of US is far away. If this situation keeps ongoing, what will these Asian countries choose to do? And I think here is where the Republic of Korea can provide alternatives in order to increase trust among one another. One more thing that I would like to mention is the military relations between China and Russia. You may know the Vostok 2018 exercise. It was held between China and Russia. And the geopolitical experts have mentioned the fears for the Kissinger move in reverse. This is what happened in Afghanistan, because China and Russia will continue to cooperate more, not just on land, but also in maritime areas. And it's a highly likely scenario that they will continue their cooperation in various areas. Also, Heather Coley at CSIS, he's the vice chair, he said recently, I think it was in a report published in July, he said that China and Russia's relationship, the US approach was quite complacent, was what he said. It's not this word complacent that was just written in a report. We should actually focus on why he mentioned this in his report. And the day that we should not forget is September 13th. The fact that they engaged in joint exercises is something that we need to keep in mind. And against this backdrop, if China perceives that the Korea-Japan-US cooperation is weak, they may expand their influence furthermore in the Indo-Pacific region. Currently, China is using gray zone tactics. Usually, people think that this is a tactic that's used in other areas, like Pakistan, or in regions far away from here. But actually, this is something that's happening in the Indo-Pacific. China is using their maritime militia to actually carry out this gray zone tactics. That's why, thankfully though, European countries such as the UK, France, and Germany is showing great interest in the Indo-Pacific region. The changes within the region is something that we should actually leverage. That's the homework for us. Here is a slide of the Southeast Asia's naval power. You can see that it differs in size and number. So I would like to discuss Vietnamese case. Vietnam in April 2020, I think it was the 3rd of April, it had a clash with China because Chinese people shot down one of their fishing boats. And because of that, many Vietnamese became anti-China. During the Trump administration, the America First policy seems to be ongoing is what Vietnamese think, because they perceive that the US commitment towards this area is not that strong. So that's another challenge that we need to tackle. I would also like to talk about Indonesia, which comprises 17,000 islands. You might remember the Nenggala tragedy. It sank. Here, Indonesia is also trying to improve their naval power by cooperating with Korea. So the title of their naval modernization, the strategy of Indonesia, is called Minimum Essential for Strategy. So Indonesia, Malaysia, and other maritime democracies, how can Korea help them is a task that we should tackle together. So I have explained the cases of multiple Southeast Asian countries, and we should see how the military spending will unfold in the future. It's quite a challenge to keep increasing the military spending because of the COVID-19. And despite these difficulties caused by the pandemic, a lot of countries are trying to actually modernize their military, but it's not easy, especially Malaysia, I mentioned earlier. The Prime Minister of Malaysia stepped down on the last day of July because about 1.4 million confirmed cases of COVID led the public to ask him to step down. So there's a trade-off between defense spending and healthcare spending. When people want more healthcare spending, then it's hard to keep increasing the defense spending. The same goes for Korea. We saw recently how the defense spending was cut in the supplementary budget. Also, and the second element is that Australia, Japan are okay, as well as other countries. They have scheduled multiple or many elections in the near months. So in times like these, they have to usually cut down the budget in order to spend, and in terms of defense, because they have to spend more in social welfare. So it's going to be more difficult for these countries with upcoming elections to spend more and secure budget for defense. Lastly, so how should Korea respond? What kind of strategy that we should take? I think that the Indo-Pacific strategy laid out by the Biden administration will be tested in many ways because there are uncertainties towards the U.S. commitment. So what can be done by Korea? Korea should actively participate in the ROK-US combined maritime operations. And we need to make sure that we are an essential ally of the U.S. and vice versa. And a lot of exercises took place centered around the Quad, but we can also participate in Quad Plus with other countries to alleviate any fears that may exist regarding the Indo-Pacific strategy within the region. So I personally think that we, also because we are located at the heart of the geopolitical issue of the Indo-Pacific region, we need to reshape our strategy, and we need to actively participate in Indo-Pacific strategy of the U.S. also, including the HMS Queen Elizabeth has recently come to the seas of Korea. And I think we can learn a lot from what these other countries are doing. And also vice versa, we can give them lessons. So that ends my presentation. Thank you.
네, 홍기덕 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting within time.
발표자로 미국
For the next speaker, we have Dr. Brian Clark. The title of his presentation is The Strategic Value of Aircraft Carriers in the Contemporary World.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak at the ISS today. And I also appreciate the assistance of Commander Ji-hoon Yoo in helping me to prepare my presentation and get ready for today's discussion. I'm going to discuss how aircraft carriers play a role in naval strategy and their greater value in overall national strategy. This is based on research we've done over the last several years for the U.S. Navy and are now currently doing as part of a study we're pursuing on the future of naval aviation. The challenge that aircraft carriers help to address is the ability of nations such as China to impact the ability of military operations to occur in their near abroad. This chart shows the ability of China to reach extremely long ranges from their shoreline with precision-guided weapons that can both attack ships at sea as well as forces ashore. The number and the range of these weapons makes it very difficult to operate in the vicinity of this of the Western Pacific to intervene in case of Chinese aggression. So U.S. forces could be delayed in responding to Chinese aggression, or when they do respond, they'll be forced to spend a lot of time defending themselves and therefore unable to intervene on behalf of allies like Japan, Korea, or Taiwan. One of the trends we're seeing in naval operations and naval force structure is a shift away from because of this the ability of precision weapons to attack naval forces towards more distributed forces. So taking naval forces, breaking them down from a small number of large platforms to a larger number of smaller platforms. You can see on the right-hand side of this chart how this shift is playing out in the U.S. Navy, where some of the larger ships, such as aircraft carriers, cruisers, destroyers, are being reduced, and the money from those platforms is being used to buy a large number of smaller platforms, such as frigates, small amphibious ships, and small logistics ships. This transition from a force of large platforms towards a more balanced force or a more disaggregated force is intended to give U.S. commanders more options to be able to recompose naval forces in theater. It also forces Chinese attacks to be spread over a larger number of targets, which means each target has to defend against a smaller number of potential weapons. So these two ideas of distribution for getting a greater set of options and a more defendable and resilient force are two objectives that are being pursued right now in naval force design. The left-hand side of the chart shows one of the objectives in terms of getting more options for naval commanders is the idea of a forecast-centric force, which is one that is designed around a very narrow set of operational concepts, compared to a more decision-centric one where you're attempting to give commanders a larger decision space by having a force that's more recomposable. So this trend in naval force design is something we're seeing today. So then the question is, what is the value of carriers when you're looking at a naval force that's becoming more distributed? Well, the value of carriers is that the aircraft carrier is actually the ultimate adaptable platform. In a force that's going to be much more highly distributed, the Navy needs aircraft carriers because what it carries is the weapon system. The airplanes are the weapon system. The airplanes can be changed and used in a bunch of different configurations. So you can see on this chart, looking at the U.S. America class light amphibious, or rather amphibious assault ship, which is a light carrier. It can have multiple configurations of the air wing on board. So it can have multi-mission configuration with MV-22 tilt rotor aircraft and joint strike fighters and then attack helicopters. Or it can have a configuration where it's got all F-35 aircraft on board. Similarly, the prospective Korean carrier can have the same kind of mixture of aircraft on board where you can change the configuration. This adaptability gives the aircraft carrier a lot of utility in a more distributed naval force. So that's why the U.S. Navy is retaining aircraft carriers, even as it divests of some destroyers and cruisers to become more distributed. On board aircraft carriers, you're seeing transition towards more unmanned aircraft, and this is intended to give it greater range and persistence. So you can see in this picture, the U.S. Navy is incorporating the MQ-25 tanker aircraft. The intent behind this MQ-25 unmanned tanker is to allow manned strike fighters like F-35s to be able to operate at longer range and stay out on operations longer than they can today. The advent of unmanned tankers also means you can have unmanned aircraft doing other missions. So the MQ-25 could also do surveillance and targeting missions well away from the aircraft carrier to lend the aircraft carrier the ability to provide coverage for surveillance and targeting, as well as defense for a broader, larger, more distributed naval force. So the aircraft carrier provides this distributed force a level of situational awareness that force would not otherwise have. One of the challenges, though, that aircraft carriers are going to continue to face is the number and range of Chinese precision-guided weapons, which could, if not destroy the aircraft carrier, but certainly damage it. And the question with aircraft carriers is not so much whether Chinese weapons will sink them. The question is, can the weapons that the Chinese are launching keep the aircraft carrier from doing flight operations, which is the key utility of the aircraft carrier. So if the aircraft carrier is unable to do flight operations because it's being attacked, well, it's neutralized, it's rendered inoperable. And then the Chinese attacks have had their intended purpose. So the goal would be to allow the carrier to operate in places where it's able to continue sortie generation and continue flight operations so it can support the overall distributed naval force. If you look in this chart, if at a range of about 1,000 miles away from China, the number of weapons that the Chinese forces could launch drops off dramatically. And so the operating area for U.S. Navy carriers is going to be in that 1,000 miles and out zone, because in that range they can defend themselves. Even with that requirement to stay farther away from the Chinese coast, though, because the aircraft carriers aircraft have long range with the advent of unmanned tankers, they can operate and still affect warfighting operations in several places around the Western Pacific. And then in non-wartime situations, obviously, they can provide a mobile airfield. One benefit of the aircraft carrier compared to land bases is that even though the aircraft carrier could be attacked, it's much harder to attack than a land base. So even if you look at the previous slide, the number of weapons that the Chinese could launch, those Chinese weapons still need to be targeted by sensors and a command and control system because the carrier is a moving target, unlike a land base. So the aircraft carrier, by maneuvering around, is able to sustain flight operations, continue to deliver weapons or to conduct surveillance and targeting in support of the distributed naval force and impact the warfight. This is not something you could do with a land base, which would be likely to be under attack and suppressed throughout a confrontation. If you look at what an aircraft carrier can provide or carrier strike group can provide in terms of defense, it can defend against a relatively large number of weapons. So you see in this example, the number of engagements that an aircraft carrier strike group could undertake within 2 minutes, it can be up to 800 weapons. So looking back at the Chinese salvo size, if you go out to about 1,200 miles, you're looking at about 800 missiles or 800 weapons being the maximum that they could launch. So at 1,200 miles, aircraft carrier strike group defenses would be sufficient to protect them from the incoming weapons in a worst case scenario. And then if you can, in addition to that, take advantage of the carrier's mobility, that could further reduce the number of weapons and allow the carrier to be survivable, continue operating, and provide effects over a wide area as part of a distributed naval force. What we also have found in our analysis is that the aircraft carrier provides a complementary ability to deliver warfighting effects in conjunction with submarines and surface combatants. Submarines and surface ships use missiles to be able to deliver strikes or attack other ships. That allows them to launch a large number of weapons at once, but then it takes a long time for them to reload. In contrast, an aircraft carrier's aircraft can deliver a smaller number of weapons on any given salvo, but they can come back and reload and continue to sustain those operations over a longer period of time. So you can see in this chart what we're showing is on the left-hand side, the single salvo from a set of attack submarines The next one over is the initial salvo from a set of surface action groups. But that's the salvo size you get once. But then those ships have to go back and reload. On the right-hand side, you can see the salvos that could be delivered on an ongoing basis by the aircraft carrier and its carrier air wing, or by surface action groups that are going back to reload. So the carrier provides this ability to sustain salvos of fires over a long period of time that you can't do with surface combatants or submarines. But each of these components of the naval force have a role, and they can play it at different times during a conflict. The other thing that an aircraft carrier can do is provide you this mobile air base from which you can do air operations in support of troops ashore. One thing that the US Navy is looking at is how aircraft carriers can provide air defense for Marines that might be stationed inside the first island chain, inside the first island chain of Japan, the Philippines, and maybe Indonesia. Those forces ashore are going to be within range of Chinese weapons as well. But an aircraft carrier stationed outside the island chain can have aircraft go fly over the top of the island chain to provide that air defense to them. That would not likely be possible from a land base, which would be under attack from the Chinese, whereas an aircraft carrier has built-in defenses, as we talked about, and is also mobile, so it prevents or minimizes the chances of it being targeted and engaged. Another thing the aircraft carrier can do is provide aircraft that support land-based bombers. So land-based bombers have long range. They would be able to operate from bases that are well away from the conflict. Aircraft carrier strike fighters can come in and support those operations by providing escorts to those bombers and helping to enable the standoff weapons launched by bombers to make it to their targets. So in this example, you can see carrier-based strike fighters doing electronic warfare, or attacking air defense systems in support of bombers coming from a long ways out of the theater. Also, naval forces could deliver jammers, such as the miniature air launch decoy, the MALD, that the Air Force has. Those could be launched by submarines or surface ships to also support bombers launching standoff weapons from outside the theater. And the last thing that the aircraft carrier is very important for is providing command and control. One thing our research has found is that a distributed naval force will likely have communications challenges when it's up against a Chinese military. When communications are lost, individual parts of the naval force are going to have to operate independently. Well, they need a command and control node to be able to act as the staff for planning operations, interpreting intelligence, making targeting decisions. That command and control node can't be on a small ship without a very large staff. So the carrier provides that command and control node for naval forces at sea when they're distributed and cut off from higher headquarters. So this role of the aircraft carrier's command and control node is in a lot of ways equally important to its role as a strike platform or a carrier of aircraft. So with that, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today and talk about some of the strategic value of aircraft carriers and some of the challenges and how those challenges can be mitigated. And I'm looking forward to watching the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Brian Clark, for your presentation. Next, we have 4 discussants to comment on their presentation. The first discussant is Professor Kim Jae-chun of Seogang University. Congratulations on the 15th International Seapower Symposium, and I am very grateful to be participating as a discussant in this event. Professor Hong talked about the naval modernization and the trends in the Indo-Pacific region, and he explained why this is happening in his presentation. And he also said that the major reason why these countries are modernizing their navy is because of the rise of China, because they fear for China's naval power. I completely agree with this statement. Traditionally, China focused on building building military power internally inland, but now they are focusing on growing their maritime power. So why are they doing this? Why are they going offshore? Professor Hong said that it is probably because of the importance of the strategic importance of the Indo-Pacific region, while China and US is competing in the economic area. So the Indo-Pacific region is becoming more and more strategically important. As you all know, Indo-Pacific connects Europe, Middle East with Asia. We can say that this is the lifeline of energy. There are various straits, including Malacca, in the Indo-Pacific. The Hormuz Strait and Malacca Strait is an important door or choke point in military terms. 80% of oil imports for China happen through the Indo-Pacific region. That's why they're trying to get exclusive access in the Indian Ocean. So they've been regularly dispatching their Navy force in Indian Pacific region. That's why we call this the Pearl Necklace strategy. In 2013, the One Belt One Road initiative was introduced. And they talk about Maritime Silk Road, which targets the Indo-Pacific. However, the change of status quo of China is actually threatening the status quo of other countries within the region, especially undermining the maritime security. Maritime cooperation is very important and it's gaining traction. The neighboring countries' increase in their naval force of China is because the Indo-Pacific itself is becoming a very important region. About 60% of the global population lives in the Indo-Pacific, and most of the GDP is also created from this region. So about 1/3 of the global economy is contributed by the Indo-Pacific region. According to a study, by 2030, about 90% of the middle class of the emerging countries will live in this region. So, as you can see, the importance of the Indo-Pacific region is rising, and that's why not just the US and China, but other countries are coming up with their own strategy to address this important region. And Professor Hong mentioned the Quad, the US, Japan, Australia, and India, and their reaction towards this region. And European countries are actually also coming up with their own measures to address this region. So European countries' strategic goal is a bit different among these European countries. For UK, after their official Brexit, they have to pay attention to the Indo-Pacific region. And as for France, they're the largest actor when it comes to EEZ. They're the largest stakeholder in terms of the EEZ of Indo-Pacific. And Germany, by the time of this Christmas, I think their frigate called Bayern, it's a small destroyer. This Bayern will be dispatched to Singapore first, and then it will stay 4 months in the Indo-Pacific region, visiting multiple ports and engage Southeast Asian countries and contribute to the increase in the naval force of these countries. So I think this is a very meaningful move of Germany, because Germany is actually not a traditional maritime power, but they're working hard to increase their engagement within this region. That's how much this region has become important. Secondly, similar to Korea, China is the largest trading partner of Germany, especially for manufacturing. Germany's manufacturers' largest market is actually China. So that's why they can't just be a bystander when it comes to the security of this region. That's why they're dispatching their vessel. For sure, vessel is just a frigate. And by changing the routes or controlling the routes of Bayern, they are making sure that they do not go through the Taiwan Strait, not to upset China. But at the same time, they're sending a big message that they have presence in this region. When it comes to our foreign affairs and security policies, I think Korea was too much focused only in the East Asian region or our internal region. So our government I think, was only too focused on the new no strategy. Yes, we do have opportunities and futures in the north because north is a route to go to Eurasia. If we could do so, it'd be great if we can use the route that goes through North Korea, but we can't because of North Korea. The new North policy cannot be actually implemented because there are structural challenges, which is the North Korea. So even if we do work hard to actually make use of this policy, it's not easy unless North Korea changes. Secondly, at the moment, the Indo-Pacific region is more important than Eurasia. Going forward, politics, economy, military, culture, all of this will happen in the Indo-Pacific region. This is where action is taking place. So that's why, from a strategic standpoint, Korea should focus on the Indo-Pacific region. We need to go to the maritime space. When it comes to the Korea-US alliance, it's important, but not just for our Korea-US alliance. I think our national interest rests in this Indo-Pacific region. That's why we need to participate more in terms of our strategy. To participate more and to engage more in the region, we need to increase our naval force, and I support this wholeheartedly, especially the light aircraft carrier. So far, we've only focused on North Korea when we were discussing the CVX. And there are limits when it comes to the technical features of light air carriers. However, we should not approach CVX just from the weapons perspective. Securing and dispatching a light aircraft carrier gives a very symbolic meaning, just like the dispatchment of Bayern of Germany. So this ends my presentation. Thank you. Please give a big round of applause for Professor Kim. Thank you for sharing the strategies of Germany. Next, we have reporter Park Yong-han from Chungang Daily News. Reporter Park. Professor Hong's presentations will be the main focus of my comments. Professor Hong mentioned that in today's international politics, there's too much uncertainty. So a lot of countries are trying to find their own ways to survive. That's something that Professor Hong pointed out, especially when it comes to East Asia. There are multiple problems, and Professor Hong pointed out the trends and the problems that exist in East Asia. And we are impacted by the strategies of multiple nations within this region. So how should we respond? It was his focus. And I think it's important to acknowledge the role and the limitations of our alliance with U.S. And it's not because the U.S. lacks its willingness. It's because the landscape of this region, the environment is changing that affects our alliance. So we need to approach this from a future standpoint. Things will change in 10, 20 years and one generation. So we need to make changes today to prepare for the future. And the so-called G2 competition, the US and China rivalry, affects the security position of Korea. Professor Hong mentioned what Korea should do in this circumstance. We need to respond quickly and swiftly to the threats that are not here yet. When we look at Afghanistan, we can see there were many things that needed to be taken care of. There are things that is out of hands of the U.S. as well. So there are changes that's occurring, which does not happen today, but we need to prepare in advance. I recently went to another conference to talk about the light aircraft carrier discussions of Korea. The UK carrier is not a large-scale carrier. However, it's constructed with advanced technology. So it's very efficient. It does not need as much manpower. It's 65,000 ton, but it almost matches about 100,000 ton size carrier because it's very efficient. Korea's light aircraft carrier will also be about the size of 45,000. However, its deterrence will be larger because it can be more efficient using advanced technologies. And the military power of Korea does not match up against the great powers. However, we do have space to improve and become better. And I think that's something that Professor Hong tried to mention. You know, what can Korea do in terms of contributing to the international order? And power projection of Korea strategically is also important. When we talk about carriers, there are other systems and platforms that we need, such as the nuclear-powered submarines. So people say that, you know, if you want to have a carrier, you need submarines as well. But I want to say that's not completely true. The threat that we face varies in terms of scope. Because there is a single threat, we don't deploy all the police force that we have to deal with a single matter, right? For each step or each level of a threat, we change the level of force that we deploy. That helps us to exert efficient and effective deterrence. So within East Asia, we need to compete strategically, and arms race is happening. And Korea needs to come up with an optimal strategy that meets with the trends of strategic change within the region. And we also need to have capabilities to show our force, because this will also help deter. Coming back to alliance, securing strategic capabilities such as the CVX may raise concerns to people saying that we might upset China. I don't think so. The national interest that we try to pursue and the national interest that the US tries to pursue is, I think, pretty much aligned. So we do not have to worry that we're going in two different ways. The fact that we have a CVX is that we're creating space to play a bigger role as a middle-powered country and as an alliance. And the increase in the national power can actually help build the national interests of the alliance. And in that context, people say a threat or danger is an opportunity. I think the crisis or the threat of the security of the Indo-Pacific region can actually serve as an opportunity for us to grow strategically. Thank you. Thank you, Reporter Park.
So the Afghan withdrawal was mentioned. And recently I was frustrated to receive an email from an Afghan woman 3 weeks ago who wanted to come to Korea because she wants to continue her study. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said that the Afghans who worked for Korean hospitals and other institutions are eligible for evacuation. So it was a big disappointment, and I believe it was because we could only mobilize aircraft carriers for the evacuation, not huge naval vessels. I'd like to now invite the next discussant, Rear Admiral Steve Morehouse.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I speak to you from a Royal Navy aircraft carrier at sea with an air group of fifth-generation fighters accompanied by ships and submarines drawn from 3 NATO nations. Since the need for a new generation of carriers was identified in the mid to late 1990s, this project has endured 6 general elections and 5 defence reviews. There have been 6 United Kingdom Prime Ministers, 13 Defence Secretaries and 9 First Sea Lords. It's been a long and winding road to get here. And yet here we are, halfway through a 7.5-month deployment as the literal and figurative flagship of global Britain. The Navy set out its objective, stuck to its guns and saw it through. It's been a triumph of strategic national ambition and a testament to all those across government, industry and defence who made it happen. But I should begin by reminding you that in the 50-year lifespan of the ship, we are only in the early stages of understanding the true operational capability. There is a huge way to go, and as the world and technologies continue to advance at pace, so we will adapt and progress with them and remain a ready and global Navy. For the past 10 years or so, the Royal Navy has been asking the UK government and its allies for support in delivering this project, be that financial, political or technical. But from this moment onwards, the Royal Navy starts to repay that investment by offering political and military choice in return. But what is the strategic effect that an aircraft carrier offers? Well, the carrier is the hallmark of a global maritime power. The United States, France, and now China, India, Italy all operate big-deck aircraft carriers. And several navies in this region are also seeking to develop and operate similar capabilities. It's therefore only natural that the Royal Navy should also wield the strategic capability. The United Kingdom is a maritime trading nation with a network of commercial, military and diplomatic alliances spread across the globe. And as a member of our NATO Council, our own security is inextricably bound to that of our transatlantic allies. And with a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council, we have interests and commitments across the world. The advent of the Queen Elizabeth-class carrier is evidence that we can match this diplomatic influence with credible military power. It's a symbol of our international standing and a reflection of a strong, confident and outward-looking nation. The aircraft carrier's proven utility and carriers have played a significant, often decisive role in almost all of the United Kingdom's major military campaigns since the Second World War. Even at the height of operations in Afghanistan, a landlocked country some 300 miles from the coast, the majority of coalition air power was delivered by aircraft carriers operating at sea. And Queen Elizabeth is the first aircraft carrier in the world designed from the keel up to operate fifth-generation combat aircraft. And crucially, with her sister ship HMF Prince of Wales also now in service, the Royal Navy always has one aircraft carrier very high readiness and available for operations anywhere in the world 365 days of the year. And at 65,000 tons, each carrier can field more than 24 F-35B strike fighters. The Carrier Strike Group can also deliver cruise missiles, attack helicopters, and naval gunfire, and this formidable strike power offers reassurance to friends and allies while deterring those who may wish us harm. The two carriers offer the British government political and military choice on the global stage in a way that no other capability can match. This aircraft carrier represents 4.5 acres of global Britain. Capable of moving 500 miles a day, it offers sovereign, flexible, and a secure operating base for the delivery of air power, and with all the logistic and engineering support needed to remain on station for as long as necessary. This allows the UK to act at times and places of our choosing, without needing to wait for permissions from other countries. And because we don't require extensive facilities ashore, our forces can leave the area just as quickly as they arrived. And with an accompanying strike group of ships, submarines, and aircraft, the carrier forms a hub and a network of military capabilities spread across the land, sea, air, and cyberspace, and is able to support a range of military tasks in addition to traditional carrier strike. And these include amphibious operations, support to special forces, or non-combatant evacuations, making it a flexible and adaptable option for any government. While first and foremost they are fighting ships, carriers offer much, much more than hard power alone. They can rapidly deploy medical teams, food, water, shelter, in response to natural disasters and other humanitarian emergencies. As symbols of Britain's global commitment, aircraft carriers also support our commercial and diplomatic interests worldwide. And whether that's hosting trade fairs or training alongside our international partners, in all these roles, they are supported by the best ambassadors our country could wish for, the men and women of the British Armed Forces. And that's what CSG-21 is delivering in the Indo-Pacific. The presence of CSG-21 in this region symbolises the UK's renewed commitment to a part of the world that is growing in strategic significance. It demonstrates a long history of involvement in the region, and as the Pacific's importance to our future economy continues to rise, so does the importance of the free flow of trade. This is why our integrated review highlights the growing importance and our renewed commitment to engagement in the region. CSG-21 demonstrates we are capable of contributing to regional security in the Asia-Pacific region. The ability to conduct blue water carrier operations is tough. Very, very few navies in the world can do this. Fewer still can do it 10,000 miles from home. Add to this a recent example of F-35B jets launching while simultaneously conducting refueling at sea of multiple vessels, we can safely say that we are setting the standards for others to follow. And sustaining this day in, day out, for weeks at a time, is a testament to the skill of the aircrew, the competency of the strike group, and the professionalism of the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, and the confidence in our people. It gives the Royal Navy the ability to operate at times and places of our choosing, offering flexibility and freedom of manoeuvre. The aim of the Carrier Strike Group in the region is to strengthen and expand UK's partnerships in an area of the world that is growing in significance, with a new shift of balance of world power towards the Indo-Pacific region. Queen Elizabeth and her accompanying ships are drawing together ships, aircraft, people from countries large and small for military exercises, operations, as well as support to trade and diplomatic initiatives. Throughout the deployment, the strike group has and continues to exercise with navies and air forces from over 40 different countries. And while much of the focus is inevitably at sea, there is engagement ashore, even in these COVID-effective times. CSG-21 has offered opportunity to strengthen regional partnerships through virtual and at sea engagement. And my team is busy daily working with embassies and high commissions to support a varied programme in support of a whole breadth of objectives that we share with our partners, from economic prosperity, climate change, to cyber security, science and technology. And in each case, we are seeking to demonstrate what Britain offers as a partner of choice. The presence of our strike group in the region aims to enhance and deepen these enduring defence relationships, whether those are bilateral relationships or broader support to ASEAN nations, our commitment to the United Nations operations in the region, or the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Five Powers Defence Agreement. Freedom of navigation is also the root of maritime law. And as a maritime trading nation, the UK, like many other nations, has prospered under the rules and freedoms that this offers. And it's beholden on us to preserve them, not only for our own sake, but for the benefit of others. The United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea is clear, and the Royal Navy will continue to exercise its right to freedom of navigation in international waters. And as our Defence Secretary recently said, we do so in the spirit of confidence, not confrontation. The UK wants to foster mature and positive relationships based on mutual respect and trust, and there is considerable scope for constructive engagement and cooperation in doing so. But as we strive for these positive relationships, we will not sacrifice either our values or our security. As I said, there is huge interest from other government departments and from British embassies and high commissions across the region as they bid for strike group support to their military, political, diplomatic and economic objectives across our journey that spanned 3 oceans. So in drawing to a close, I would say that the United Kingdom has a proud history of being a carrier nation, one that has now evolved into a 5th-generation carrier nation, fit for the global security and the defence challenges of the future. This deployment, though, is just the beginning. To date, we've only seen the first glimpses of what a UK carrier strike capability offers in terms of a convening power, to draw a phrase from our Defence Secretary. It is a reminder that the carrier strike capability has the power to bring together like-minded nations and indeed air forces of all sizes, of all types, with allies and partners new and old. And whether it's from NATO to the 5-power defence agreement, or from New Zealand and Australia to India and the GCC nations, the number of countries, alliances, frameworks and coalitions engaging with CSG21 grows almost daily. Be in no doubt, a new era of British maritime power has begun, and CSG21 is at the vanguard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commander Stephen Morehouse. 사실 이번 15차 국제 해양력 심포지움이 개최.
In fact, as we were organizing the symposium this year, I was excited to have the opportunity to actually get on board the Queen Elizabeth carrier, but because of the pandemic, I couldn't make it. So that's a shame. So next, I'd like to invite Rear Admiral Michael Donnelly. Over lunch, I asked him about the competition to enter the Naval Academy, and he answered that more than 50,000 people apply for just about 1,000 openings. So that's a huge number. Now, Rear Admiral Donnelly will be leaving Korea and actually getting promoted. Congratulations. Thank you.
Well, I had the distinct opportunity of following 2 excellent presentations on aircraft carriers from Mr. Brian Clark, as well as the excellent and very comprehensive video from the commander of Queen Elizabeth Strike Group, Commodore Steve Morehouse. But nonetheless, I have maybe a few points to at least punctuate or accentuate from the comments that they made, of which I completely agree with. First of all, to Professor Hone, who made the comments related to the maritime strategy and the focus in the Indo-Pacific. And a couple of the comments he made, which are completely appropriate, that the United States is a Pacific nation and has been focused in the Pacific throughout our history. In fact, currently, over 60% of our naval forces are positioned in the Pacific. And in U.S. 7th Fleet, our largest of our 7th fleets, at any time we typically have as many as 70 ships and submarines and over 20,000 sailors and Marines and 150 aircraft deployed forward and operating in the Indo-Pacific. So there should be no doubt as to the importance that the United States places on this region and our commitment to it. And our recognition with our forward deployed forces on the importance of having that capability forward, and visible to any of our competitors or rivals or would-be adversaries, but more importantly, an assurance and commitment to our allies and friends. So the Secretary of Defense and the administration has identified the Indo-Pacific as the most consequential strategic region for the United States. And that rolls right into the significance that aircraft carriers play to the United States and the United States Navy. The United States Navy currently deploys 11 large-deck nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, 10 of them on our Nimitz-class aircraft carrier developed in the 1960s and built throughout into the early 2000s. And our 11th is our newest class and our next class of aircraft carrier, the Ford class, with tremendous future capabilities. Earlier, we heard a discussion from Professor French on the paradigms that define ways to look at maritime strategy. And there were two views that he took from Mr. Jeff Gill to help define the optic at which we could look at maritime strategy: the pre-modernization or pre-modernist and the modernist view. And we talked about, and Professor Goetz brought up, the idea that we can look back and try to explain how we've developed more into a modernist view, or perhaps we should look at it contrarily as to how we ever had such periods of pre-modernist views. But what I would emphasize with regards to aircraft carriers is that these capital ships, which serve as the foundation of the United States maritime capability, have service lives of over 50 years. So the vessels that we have in the fleet right now, sailing around the globe, have provided relevant combat capability and served our national strategies through all of those shifts in focus in maritime strategy. And I think that helps to illustrate the agility, the flexibility, the expeditionary nature, the survivability, and the lethality that these platforms can bring in establishing decision space and opportunity to diplomacy around the world. And I think it's no mistake that we've had pretty much over 70 years of peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific with the United States aircraft carriers deployed here. And the U.S. places so much focus on that that we keep one of our aircraft carriers, USS Ronald Reagan, permanently forward deployed, operating in 7th Fleet. And to further magnify some of the comments that were made by Commodore Morehouse, aircraft carriers give unmatched flexibility and scalability for maritime options at sea. And the sea is a competitive space. And it's why we are discussing the national maritime policies that have led to increase in maritime capability and interest amongst all the nations in Indo-Pacific as a reaction to states in Indo-Pacific that have malign or malicious intent with self-national interests. The carrier gives us the capability for all-domain combat reaction. There's no better platform for reassuring our allies with credible commitment to U.S. resolve in any area of operations than when a U.S. carrier shows up. It's flexible in terms of its employment because the majority of its strike capability comes from its air wing, and that air wing can evolve through the course of history as the platforms evolve. And today on USS Carl Vinson, deployed in U.S. 7th Fleet here in the Indo-Pacific, and what the U.S. refers to as the air wing of the future is deployed with F-35C aircraft our latest F-18 ENF Block 3 aircraft, our latest airborne surveillance aircraft, the E-2D, with MV-22 vertical lift and long-range logistics lift capability, and our most advanced helicopters, the MH-60 Romeos. And we have the ability to compose, disaggregate, or build that strike group based on all of the ships that exist throughout our current and future force structure. And that gives us a great ability to respond across all domains, from the seafloor to space and to cyber, because of the strength of the platform that Brian Clark described in terms of its capacity for C2, its capacity for improvement and fielding of future weapon systems, communication systems, and networks that will enable the decision-making to allow us to be superior to our adversaries now and far into the future. So the U.S. carriers remain the cornerstone of U.S. naval capability for the United States, as well as for our entire military capability across the joint force. And we can see with our allies that they recognize the importance of this. And it also is important to see the interoperability it provides as Queen Elizabeth is deployed here in the Indo-Pacific with Dutch ships, American ships and company, and part of her air group element includes United States Marine Corps F-35Bs. So they are a tremendous asset that will last well into the future, and our nation will benefit greatly from their 50 years of service life and the flexibility they provide us in diplomacy and our national strategy. So with that, I'll turn things back to you, Dr. Nam, and thank you very much.
네, thank you, Michael Donnelly. Michael Donnelly.
네, 감사합니다. Thank you. Admiral Donnelly worked for 2.5 years in Korea, and Busan has developed dramatically during his term in Korea. And throughout the 2.5 years, I asked him what the most memorable moment was, and he said the combined joint exercises of the U.S. and Korean military was the most memorable moment. And he also said that he enjoyed all the great food of Korea. He will be promoted. And in Korea, 2 stars need to be here. So I hope they change the system so that you can return to Korea and work again with us together. So we had 2 presenters, and before we hear the final remarks of our 2 presenters, if anyone would like to give comments through Zoom, I would like to take questions. I was going to actually appoint Mr. Lee Guk-jong to give comments or give questions, and he volunteered.
And comments, sir. It's my really great honor to be here. Well, actually, my question is to Admiral Michael Donnelly, sir. Where I was getting trained in the United States very long time ago, just before Operation Iraqi Freedom, one of the United States Navy Trauma Training Center in California. So what I was getting trained is to make a properly equipped, to make a perfect performance for aircraft carrier. What I learned when I was getting trained in the United States as a flight surgeon was to make a properly, totally trained pilot. I mean, the naval aviators, sir. After that, I was even flying with the Royal Army's and Royal Navy's pilot with their Westland-made AW-135 helicopters for quite a long time. But what I really sadly heard was, because it was a time between the 2007 to 2008, so Sea Harrier of Royal Navy was withdrawn from active duties. So lately, I also heard that there was a huge gap between their Sea Harrier era to F-35 Bravo era. So it was quite, even for British Royal Navies, it was quite tough to rebuild their whole capabilities to maintaining and flying from the deck to to conduct the maritime operations. So what I'm asking is a quite practical thing, sir. The South Korean Navy, we are planning to have our lightweight aircraft carrier, sir. Even once you have a look at the lobby floor, this floor, that you'll be able to see that the mock-up of our lightweight aircraft carrier right out there. So from your point of view, sir, really frankly speaking, how much time usually does it take to build up the properly trained, the elite naval aviators, especially that also that we know every single person in this room might know that the fixed wing, even among the fixed wing aircraft, the VTOL, such as a Harrier and F-35 Bravo, is much harder to handle and much harder to manipulate, sir. So how much time usually does it take, sir?
네, 감사합니다. 이국종 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for your question. So recently you wrote to 조선일보 on the CVS project, providing a lot of support even from outside the Navy.
Question. In general terms, I'll tell you that it takes about a year and a half to 2 years of preliminary flight training and then roughly a year of specialized training in the aircraft that will fly in the fleet off of the aircraft carrier. So training will commence in a basic airframe just to provide flight background, and then the aviator will transition to the fleet aircraft such as the F-35B and begin the mission training that will consume that final year. And during that mission training will include a portion of the maritime air operations. And that will allow the aviator to be introduced as a viable crew member within the squadron at the most basic level of qualification. And then through the course of his assignment with the squadron over his initial first tour, which is typically about 3 years, he'll continue to increment and advance his flight qualifications. And that process of improving flight qualifications will typically continue in just about all the services. All the nations are the same. They'll continue to advance those qualifications until they get to the point of being a squadron commander. So like any of our warfare specialties, it's a lifelong process of experience. But to get to the fleet as a most basic member of a fleet-going squadron, it's typically about 3 years to 3.5 years.
예, 감사합니다. Thank you for Commander Mike Donnelly. 이제
Thank you very much for the question and answer. Now I'd like to ask the two presenters to make some closing remarks. Professor Hong, please go first.
I did not get a direct question for my presentation, but this morning, during the morning session, Robert Kelly said that although this is an era of China and US competition, it's important to actually cooperate with China as well. I completely agree with this view. However, as many of you pointed out, the securing the capability of offset is very important. On February 2020, there is something called the Coast Guard law in China. They are Coast Guards, but they can actually go on board on the vessels of the Chinese Navy and show aggression. So China actually came up with this new law, and on the 28th of April, they came up with the safety transport law. If we look at the articles 50 to 54, it comes into force in September 1st. It says that if in an area where they deem is their territory, and if some vehicle comes into that territory, they are able to investigate that specific vehicle, and this can actually trigger much tension going forward. So I think this is a potentially a big problem. That's why it's important to keep good diplomatic ties with China, but if there are military confrontations, we need to have the capability to protect ourselves. That's my closing comment. Thank you. Our second presenter, Brian Clark, he thought that he would not get any questions, so he already left the meeting. So this ends the first half of our afternoon session. We have about 50-minute break, and we will continue with our afternoon session. Thank you.
Now, everyone, I hope that you get some fresh air to continue the second session of today's symposium. And the moderator, Nam Sang-hook, the Professor Nam Sang-hook, will be leading this session as well. So I'd like to hand off the microphone. 남상욱 교수님 부탁드립니다.
Thank you, Mrs. 문소리. 예. 이 세션 2분과를
We're going to start the Division 2 of the session. I'd like to ask all participants to come inside. You know, the breaks always, the break is always too short. So we're going to resume the session. So topic 5. For topic 5, we'll have the presentation by Professor Min Kyo-kyu of the Seoul National University on the theme of geopolitics of Northeast Asia and the strategic use of aircraft carriers, regional cases. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is my great honor to be here today at the 15th International Seapower Symposium. As a representative of one of the co-hosts, the SLAC Study Group Korea, I have always valued this biannual event and its contribution to the promotion of maritime domain awareness. This year's symposium is particularly special because we are witnessing the seed that the ROK Navy sowed decades ago finally begins to grow. A dream that was once thought to be impossible is coming into tangible reality. Everyone must know what I'm talking about. Today, my task is twofold. First, I will review the aircraft carrier competition in the Indo-Pacific region against the background of the hegemonic competition between the United States and China. Second, I will draw policy implications of British Pivot to Asia initiative for the ROK Navy, who aspires to become a carrier power. Let me begin by characterizing the troubled East Asian waters in 3 different but related aspects: territorialization, artificialization, and militarization of barren rocks and reefs. As seen in the photos, the Subi Reef is one of them and demonstrates such a dramatic transformation taking place in the South China Sea. These 3 characteristics together have set in motion the action-reaction cycle between the United States and China. The new hegemonic competition, partly summarized by many acronyms such as BRI and FOIP, poses a very difficult question to South Korea as well as other Asian countries. Namely, the dilemma between the US for security and China for economy, or Anmi Gyeongjung in Korean. Among others, a race to aircraft carrier as a seagoing airbase is taking place in this specific context. As a matter of fact, aircraft carriers' dominance in combat zones is increasingly being challenged due to the improvements of pervasive sensors and precision-guided missiles. Most notably, however, their diplomatic and tactical value is being considered a lot greater in Asia than ever before and than elsewhere in the world. China is, of course, at the center stage of this aircraft carrier race. Aside from the United States and other external powers such as the UK and France, many countries in the region began to contemplate on the dire need to deter China from intimidating its neighbors with its newly earned forces. Having aircraft carriers on their own is deemed a viable and promising option, particularly for South Korea, Japan, Australia, Thailand, and even Singapore. Of course, it is an empirical question whether the mobility and air power provided by aircraft carriers will have stabilizing or destabilizing impact on the regional seascape. But that's beyond the scope of my consideration today. Instead, let me view this deterrence issue from an angle of Britain's pivot to maritime Asia. In a rare occasion, the British Royal Navy has attracted global attention for the past several months as its carrier group entered the disputed waters in the South China Sea and beyond. Her Majesty's ship Queen Elizabeth and her carrier strike group entered and arrived in South Korea the other day and are now conducting joint training exercises with ROK forces. It is not a coincidence. Rather, it reflects Britain's new strategic posture called Global Britain, which also includes a British version of a pivot to maritime Asia. The popular commanding the sea, commanding the trade statement by Sir Walter Raleigh back in the 16th century is being echoed by his contemporary apostles, such as the incumbent Defense Secretary Ben Wallace, whose specific comments can be found in my proceedings. The nexus between Global Britain and pivot to Asia faces serious challenges, however. First, how not to excessively provoke China, whose tolerance for Western involvement is quickly diminishing. Second, how to fill the gap in its material power to pursue its otherwise very ambitious global strategy in the Indo-Pacific theater. China's Global Times, as shown here, attempts to illustrate the point. Nevertheless, the strength of Britain as a global actor and player should not be underestimated by any means. It does have significant soft and hard power endowments to advance its policy initiative, to the point where any hostile forces can be deterred from overturning the liberal maritime order or mare liberum. This is why we should welcome a renewed British engagement despite its imperial past in Asia. Britain's pivot to Asia, particularly maritime Asia, has significant implications for South Korea's Navy in particular, which aspires to become a responsible maritime stakeholder as an aircraft carrier power by the next decade. One of the first lessons that can be learned from Britain is this: it takes years, if not decades, of public relations efforts before the British Royal Navy became ready to go global again. As you know, there is still plenty of domestic debate in Korea about the utility and disutility of aircraft carriers in the particular geopolitical context of the Korean Peninsula. So, I hope the ROK Navy will seriously enjoy the internal debate and successfully convince those taxpayers who remain skeptical about South Korea's Blue Water Navy vision. Upon the HMS Queen Elizabeth Carrier Group's visit to South Korea, the ROK Navy can take this opportunity to enhance bilateral cooperation, which unfolds in 3 lines of action. First, a more engaging Britain can be an ideal candidate for South Korea's cross-regional naval partnership. Most notably, it will allow the ROK Navy to have strategic cushions between the United States and China on the one hand, and among Southeast Asian countries on the other, because many of the Southeast Asian countries have close ties with Britain for both historical, diplomatic, and economic reasons. So, I believe building a maritime alliance with Britain makes a lot of sense to South Korea. Second, neither South Korea nor Britain can tilt the military balance of power on its own in the Pacific region. As a value state, however, both countries can work together toward a rules-based maritime order. For instance, both countries can cooperate with each other to deal with one of the most serious non-traditional security challenges that Asian countries face, namely China's gray zone strategy. In fact, China's maritime military policy, militia policy has quickly evolved into an aggressive hybrid strategy that can destabilize the status quo in favor of China without triggering a full-scale militarized conflict with its neighbors. Third and final, the ROK Navy needs to benchmark the jointness or cross-service cooperation of the British Royal Navy with air and ground forces. Of course, combining elements of 2 or more services is easier said than done. Attaching elements of one service to another is always fraught with hazards and problems. That's why there is an ongoing debate and discussion about how jointness can be achieved and how much jointness would be enough. That said, however, by using the aircraft carrier group as a platform, the ROK Navy can integrate other services more effectively to meet the new demands of an increasingly contested geopolitical theater in the Pacific. I believe the British Royal Navy's experience will be helpful in this regard. Considering the drastic demographic and technological changes that South Korea faces, working toward jointness is ever more important. To conclude, the number one priority of South Korea's security policy is not to get lost in the middle of the hegemonic competition between the United States and China. As a moving multi-purpose military base, an aircraft carrier would provide South Korea with a material basis for becoming a responsible stakeholder in a volatile landscape and seascape of the Indo-Pacific. As a strategic and tactical asymmetry with neighboring countries grows, the carrier group has become a necessity rather than an option for South Korea. In that regard, I look forward to a productive discussion about mutual cooperation between the ROK Navy and the British Royal Navy. Thank you very much. Let me stop here.
네, 감사합니다. 구민교 박사님의
Thank you, Professor Koo, for the presentation based on research of surrounding countries. Next, we'd like to invite Professor Ian Bowers from the Royal Danish Defence College. He's going to make a presentation titled The Role of the Light Aircraft Carrier in the Navy Naval Development. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Admirals, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and the ROKN for inviting me here today. I also want to single out Commander Yu Ji-hoon for his amazing efforts in getting around COVID and getting me actually to Busan, which is fantastic. It's an absolute honor to speak at this Seapower Symposium. Especially for me, I've spent a lot of my academic career looking at South Korean security and the South Korean Navy, so it's a fantastic opportunity for me, and I'm greatly honored. Today, I've been asked to look at the role of the light aircraft carrier in the ROKN's development moving into the future. In essence, I'm going to place a future ROKN CVX within the context of how the ROKN has progressed and grown as a naval force in recent years. So with this in mind, I will do this in 4 parts. First, I will build upon the excellent presentations that you've heard today to discuss the relationship between sea power, naval power, and the aircraft carrier. Basically, I will explain what the aircraft carrier means for the relationship between sea power and naval power. Then I will look at how the ROKN has developed since foundation and how this development relates to the development of South Korea as a state and a sea power. Then I'll draw these 2 elements together to examine what an aircraft carrier means for the ROKN and the future of South Korea as a naval and sea power. So what do I mean when I talk about sea power and naval power? I suspect many people in this room have their own definition or understanding of both terms, sea power and naval power. But one of the difficulties when discussing this topic is there's actually no one definition. Even talking about sea power, a term coined or likely introduced by this man here, Alfred Thermahan, it has never formally been defined in the same way as, say, air power or land power has. For example, what is a sea power? How do we measure it? Is it a country with a huge navy like the United States? Or is it a country with just a large merchant fleet? Or is it both? For me, sea power is essentially a definition or description or understanding of how a state uses the sea, how they engage with the maritime sphere. The components of sea power can include navies, of course, but also maritime law enforcement agencies, fishing and commercial fleets, and land-based maritime infrastructure, such as ports and marinas. Within this definition, and I acknowledge some may disagree with it, naval power is the military component and the most important element of sea power. Naval power, like sea power, is of course relative and should not be exclusively defined by tonnage or the type of ship you have, but how you use your capabilities to link to a country's overall security strategy, be it around the coast protecting your littoral or thousands of kilometers away projecting power onto land. I think Norman Friedman, the US author and strategist, writes about this very well. As he says, for states that can afford it, naval power can provide substantial advantages. Given, as he says, given the combination of capital intensity and mobility, sea-based forces offer far more leverage per man than armies do. For a highly industrialized country, sea power and naval power is a natural expression of national power. If one accepts this argument, naval power is actually a useful tool through which to judge the relative power, influence, and role of states in the world order. So what does all this have to do with the aircraft carrier? Well, if we understand this definition and importance of naval power, it can be strongly argued that the aircraft carrier is currently and will remain the most effective tool for the demonstration of the power of the state at sea. Why is this? In part, the answer is very simple. They're very large. You see a US aircraft carrier off your coast, it is not just about the power it can project, but it's about the size of the vessel, its sophistication, its cost, what it symbolizes. An aircraft carrier, if operated well, shows other nations that you have not only reached a high level of military competency, but also economic and technological sophistication. And this concept is extremely important for what we're talking about moving ahead. But of course, the military effectiveness of an aircraft carrier is also extremely important. As a self-contained airbase, complete with its own aircraft, supplies of weapons and fuel, capable of freely transiting the world's oceans, the aircraft carrier is uniquely suited to projecting national power. The potential use of carrier-borne aircraft for a range of missions, including strike, maritime interdiction, reconnaissance, amphibious support, to name but a few, make the aircraft carrier a potent warfighting tool. This potency is also derived from the platforms, primarily derived from the platforms or aircraft it carries. So as I've said here, an aircraft carrier is about military power, flexibility, signaling interest, and if used properly, demonstrating national and international priorities. All you have to do is listen to the presentation of the British Commodore today about the Queen Elizabeth carrier. The UK government report said that the government in Britain sees its new aircraft carriers as symbolic of the country's standing internationally in the coming decades. It writes, they will give the UK political flexibility to act without depending on agreement from other countries for the use of their bases. So it says the government sees its new aircraft carriers as symbolic of the country's standing internationally. And this is one of the reasons why, as we've heard today, that multiple states, India, China, Japan, Australia in the future, Singapore in the future, Italy, are all pursuing this capability. It is a symbol of where you are as a nation. So let's just return to the ROKN for a minute. I think it's worth providing some historical context. I'll do this relatively quickly, as I think most of you will know this already. South Korea and its governments have nearly always, and somewhat understandably, viewed naval power through the lens of the Korean Peninsula and the North Korean threat. From the end of the Korean War, the ROKN has nearly exclusively focused on the littorals and deterring North Korea, and has traditionally lent on the US for power projection and advanced naval operations around the Korean Peninsula. But at the same time, as South Korea matured as a state in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, South Korea's economic survival became ever more connected with the sea. A geostrategic island, South Korea's economic model relied and continues to rely on the sea for importing energy and raw material and exporting goods. However, despite this economic development and the consequent modernization of several ROKN capabilities, the ROKN's naval power during this period remained exclusively focused on the littoral waters of the Korean Peninsula. Its modernization was framed by and was often reactive to the capabilities of the North Korean Navy. Vitally, South Korean sea power was seen by policymakers as two distinct or often disconnected elements, essentially being a littoral naval power, but increasingly and simultaneously a global economic maritime power. However, from the 1990s, I would argue that this division began to close up. Following what could be termed blue water modernization, things began to change. From the 1990s, the ROKN has introduced over 20 classes of new warship, many of which have vastly improved range, seakeeping, and weapons capabilities. The ROKN now has the ability to create much greater tactical, operational, and strategic effect around the Korean Peninsula. No longer is the ROKN reacting to North Korea, but rather it is gaining the ability to shape the operational environment around it. Moreover, these advanced platforms allow for a much greater level of interoperability with the United States and other security partners. For the first time, the ROKN is able to operate alongside other advanced navies. This is something that's difficult and extremely important, and is something that most navies strive for, as you've heard today. Of course, the ROKN has also now gained the ability to perform operations away from its littoral waters. In part, this is aimed at hedging against the rising naval power of its neighbors, but it also allows South Korea to protect its interests much further from home. An example of this is the counter-piracy unit that has been on deployment in the Gulf of Aden since 2009. Essentially, this latest phase of European naval power development has given South Korea the ability to change how it thinks about and applies sea power. So what does this all mean for the aircraft carrier moving into the future? Well, the first point we have to make, but is sometimes lost in the public debate, is that when a fleet or navy procures an aircraft carrier, the fleet structure needs to transform in order to optimize its use. But if this occurs and the correct escorts and support vessels are assigned, then you can make a powerful argument that around the Korean Peninsula, an aircraft carrier will provide the ROKN with a transformed capacity to influence the battle space. On the condition that the ROKN commits to using its current and future assets in that manner, it will have a rapidly deployable and powerful strike weapon capable of operations in waters around the peninsula and beyond. In this North Korean context, the CVX will provide new strike options for the South Korean armed forces. The F-35B, flying from a CVX, will supplement existing Allied land-based aircraft and multiple sea, air, and land-based precision munitions. Importantly, the ability to fly from the sea will provide planners with a resilient platform from which to launch strikes, and this is not as vulnerable to enemy air attacks as airfields and other fixed capabilities that could be pre-targeted by North Korean missiles and artillery. This makes an aircraft carrier a value-added capability when compared to land-based aircraft. The F-35B's ISR and computing capabilities will also extend South Korea's strike and intelligence and surveillance and reconnaissance coverage of North Korea. By acting as a sensor hub, aircraft operating from an ROKN aircraft carrier can fly well behind enemy lines and vastly improve South Korea's situational awareness of the battlefield. These aircraft could also provide a so-called cooperative engagement capability, finding targets for their South Korean and allied systems, such as sea, air, and ground-launched cruise and ballistic missiles. They could also act to supplement South Korean missile defense systems. This is extremely important given the ongoing threat of North Korean nuclear weapons. Of course, this kind of cooperative engagement is very difficult and requires a retooling of doctrine and operating procedures and a kind of buy-in from across the services. A further peninsular role for an ROKN aircraft carrier would be to act as a flagship for a South Korean task force. Its ability to escort and work alongside South Korean amphibious ships, such as the Dokdoham and Marudoham, would provide the ROKN and ROK Marine Corps with a self-contained force capable of independent operations in contested littoral environments. A light aircraft carrier carrying even a modest number of F-35B would be able to conduct its own air combat patrols, counter enemy air defenses, provide close air support, and even conduct deep precision strikes, all independent of all other assets. But vitally, as we've all talked about today, we have to acknowledge that sea power and naval power in reality is rarely exercised alone. A Korean light aircraft carrier would further develop the already close ties the ROKN has with the United States Navy. The power and flexibility of Allied sea-based aviation is very attractive to US commanders. For evidence of this, all one needs to do is look at how the French Navy increased in their coordination with the US when their aircraft carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, became operational, and how in some ways coordination with the Royal Navy decreased, albeit temporarily, when they lost fixed-wing aircraft carrier capability for a short period of time. The US desire to work alongside allies is even increased when states operate interoperable or even interchangeable equipment. The F-35 is very important in this regard, as it allows for common maintenance and operational procedures and easier pathways to joint allied operations. Analogous sensor and communication capabilities, such as data links, would facilitate more intensive coordination in any warfighting scenario at sea. In this manner, any Korean light aircraft carrier could also become part of a US amphibious task force, working in concert with the United States Navy and the US Marine Corps. This could transform the role of the ROKN within the US ROK alliance. It would make the ROKN a vital partner by even partially alleviating the pressure on a current and likely future overstretched United States Navy. One can conclude that the operation of a CVX would not only allow the ROKN to perform more complex military operations in the waters of the Korean Peninsula, it would put the EUR-KN on a more equal footing with the US and would provide South Korea with more input and freedom in any conflict scenario at sea. Essentially, by enhancing South Korea's naval power, a light aircraft carrier has the capacity to enhance the EUR-KN's ability to influence the alliance in a way it has never been able to do so before. Moving beyond the peninsula, in the immediate region, obviously both China and Japan are pursuing an aircraft carrier capability. I would argue that the EUR-KN light aircraft carrier operating alongside current and future EUR-KN assets would provide South Korea with a more substantial and sustainable deterrent within the context of regional security. This deterrent effect is obviously derived from the power of a CVX air wing and escorts, which would raise the cost of any opposition effort to undermine South Korean maritime interests. Importantly, in East Asia, it kind of levels the playing field between South Korea and Japan, and to a lesser extent, China. This leveling is often an important part of strategic signaling in the region. Essentially, while the EUR-KN will nearly always be smaller than its regional rivals, a light aircraft carrier will allow South Korea to respond and shape the regional security environment to a greater degree than it has been able to do in the past. A EUR-KN CVX has the potential to fundamentally alter how South Korea is viewed as a cooperative partner by allies and security partners in a context outside of Northeast Asia as well. For a good example of this and what is possible, as we have discussed today, there is a US squadron of F-35B now operating off the Queen Elizabeth during her mission in Asia. A light aircraft carrier would make the EUR-KN and by extension South Korea a security partner to be engaged with and will ensure that policymakers in Seoul could be included in high-profile international operations if they so desire. We should all realize that given South Korea's reliance on the sea, level of national strength, there is undoubted current heightened international expectation for a greater South Korean involvement in regional and global affairs, particularly in the South China Sea. This creates policy pressures to meet the expectations of the US and other aligned nations in terms of maintaining the rule of law, an expectation that a CVX could go a long way to meeting. A South Korean aircraft carrier supported by a viable escort group could independently or as part of a much larger coalition protect and keep open the vital sea lanes that run through the East Asian region. Moreover, as with the Korean Peninsula scenario, the EUR-KN operating a naval task force around a CVX could provide valuable support to the US and other regional allies, both in peacetime and in any regional conflict. Not only would this raise the level of South Korea's cooperative warfighting efforts beyond the peninsula, but it would also fundamentally alter the context of the US-South Korea alliance, something that many administrations have worked hard to do so in the past. A light aircraft carrier capability could fulfill a role in finally turning rhetoric about transforming the alliance into concrete action. Furthermore, a CVX light aircraft carrier would allow South Korea to become a more involved actor on the global stage. The EUR-KN can provide a value-added capability to future international coalition power projection operations or undertake much more advanced humanitarian and disaster relief. Fundamentally, it provides South Korea and its leaders with a large tool with which to engage the international community. So I have argued that a CVX or light aircraft carrier has the potential to greatly enhance the level of EUR-KN's naval power and by extension transform South Korea's use of its own sea power. No matter what the future holds, the EUR-KN will remain central to South Korea's security. As long as the threat from North Korea exists, a powerful EUR-KN will always play an important role in warfighting and deterrence operations in the waters around the peninsula. A CVX increases the number of roles the EUR-KN can carry out. But arguably as important, a light aircraft carrier will elevate the EUR-KN's role within the US-South Korea alliance, ensuring that South Korea can take on a greater share of the burden in joint naval operations. These two facts combined are very important as South Korea takes on more responsibility in the alliance and as OPCON transfer approaches. Furthermore, it is highly unlikely that tensions in maritime East Asia will alleviate over the short to medium term. This means that ensuring South Korea maintains a substantial level of sea power and naval power for both the contemporary and future strategic environments in East Asia is of paramount importance. A light aircraft carrier, when operated within a South Korean or international task group, provides Seoul with an enduring level of naval power and greater flexibility in terms of how South Korean sea power is used to enable South Korean security strategy. As we look to the future, it is highly likely that South Korea will maintain its position as a leading global economic power and its position within the G20. Therefore, it is highly likely that it will continue to need a very powerful navy to meet its increasing global interests. Therefore, a light aircraft carrier increasingly becomes an operational necessity. Ultimately, a light aircraft carrier has the potential to secure the future of the ROKN and highlight its role as a regional or even global naval power. Over the past 30 years, the ROKN has transformed itself into a modern naval force capable of increasingly sophisticated operations. The light aircraft carrier is, in my opinion, the next natural step in this transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ian Bauer. 덴마크 국방대 이안 바오 교수님의
We listened to Ian Bauer's presentation. It was a very meaningful and well-organized presentation. Now we'll move on to the discussion. The first discussant is the chair of the Korean Association of International Studies, Professor Chung Jae-sun at Seoul University. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you. First off, I am very grateful to be invited to this symposium. This year, the International Politics Circle and the Iraq Navy was able to have multiple discussions. And I think it's very important that the scholars and the Navy have ongoing discussions on various topics. Early on, Professor Koo gave a presentation, and my comments will be pointed on his presentation, and I agree with most of the things that he said. So I'll give just some additional comments. First, Professor Koo mentioned the arms race that's occurring due to the China-US competition. And he also talked about the pros and cons of having a light aircraft carrier as a middle power country. And he also touched upon the strategic implications of having CVX among the European nations, especially the UK. And also he mentioned the potential alliance or cooperation between the UK and Korea. It's a pretty new concept that he mentioned, but I think it emphasizes the fact that we need to broaden our cooperation with multiple countries. So the topic of this session is the geopolitics of Northeast Asia and the strategic use of aircraft carriers. So I would like to talk about the timing of the military strategy of our country. So we need to talk about what we'll do when. 2033, our first CVX will be built. But we had an earlier comment on how many years would we need to prepare for its actual deployment. So when we talk about the future in terms of international politics, we say that 2035, 2040, 2050 is an important point in time. It may seem far away, but these are important years, especially for the great powers. It reflects the changes that will occur between the great powers. For China and the US, the GDP, the size of GDP will reverse. By 2030s, China's GDP will well surpass the US. Currently, the defense spending is about 3.5% compared to GDP for US and 1.5% for China. We don't think that this trend will reverse sometime near, but in the long term, if the gap between the GDP increases or if they decide to spend more on military spending, then ultimately China will have more power, and that will influence the trend of arms race in the Asian countries. So building a light aircraft carrier is very important, and it may turn out very different from what we envision now when the future actually comes. So what kind of capability do we need today in order to prepare for the future is an important issue. In the 1990s, there was a controversy over on whether we need a large-scale aircraft carrier or not. And Rear Admiral Michael Donnelly also mentioned that for the past 70 years, U.S. had absolute command of the sea. And back then, they discussed whether they actually need large-scale aircraft carriers. And there was a heated debate over this. And the maritime power protection of Korea, that's a totally different issue compared to the US, because geopolitically we're located in a different region. That goes the same for not just our maritime power, but also our land forces. So we need to approach this CVX issue from a different perspective than the US. So by 2030, against the A280 strategy of China, US is trying to carry out various different strategies. For instance, in the past, they're trying to build a ghost fleet. And they're also trying to build multiple cooperations and coordinations with Asian countries. So by then, what kind of military capability should we have? And as Professor Koo mentioned, the current CVX race is something that we need to keep in mind when we think about the future. The so-called contribution-based alliance it shows how the Korea-US alliance will be managed. Depending on how much Korea can actually contribute, this may actually shape how our alliance will unfold. So that means that we need to have a certain level of capability. That was my first point. Secondly, the second issue is speed. The strategic competition between the US and China is actually happening very fast in terms of their changes in military strategies. In the past, it was about trade war or ideological confrontations. But now, starting this year in earnest, we can see that in the South China Sea and Taiwan, we're seeing more and more military tension between the two great powers. China's SLOC law came into effect yesterday, and they also have laws on their coast guards. At the moment, in the waters, it's not clear where is China's territory and where the territories for others. So that's why the Chinese people can pursue the gray zone tactic, because there's no clear marcation of whose territory it is in the seas. So they're using gray zone tactics in order to push out the powers of other countries. So we should not be coming up with policies towards China with the China-Korea relations in mind, but rather we need to see what kind of influence China will have in the region, in the waters. Of course, bilateral relations are important, but there are more structural issues that we need to keep in mind when we come up with policies towards China, because strategic ambiguity or the hedging that policy that we use so far may not work in terms of military. The Biden administration came up with 3C strategy, and he has mentioned the confrontation that's happening in the militaries of the two countries. So if such competition actually materializes even further, then we should have some room for flexible diplomacy with the great powers. But to have that flexibility, we need military power. And for that military power, we need to think about what kind of policy tools we should have. In this regard, the diplomatic value that the CVX has and the specific roles that the CVX can actually play in this specific situation is quite meaningful. So the future value of CVX is something that we should keep in mind. Lastly, I will touch upon Europe. It's a question I have also, not just for Professor Koo, but also for Professor Bowers. Professor Koo mentioned a lot about the UK. I mean, UK's interests may not align always with US's interests, because there are also some tensions between the UK and the US when it comes to national interests. And Germany, when it's sailing through the South China Sea, we saw reports that they were actually being very considerate to China. So UK strategy amidst UK and US relationship, what will we do and what can we learn from the UK? That's something I would like to ask further. What should Korea do in terms of the UK-US relations when we're trying to learn from UK? And the last question I have is on North Korea's deterrence. I mean, we need to deter any potential threats in the region, but also we have this the imminent problem of DPRK. So the deterrence policies that we're trying to have may actually clash the deterrence of North Korea and deterrence of great powers.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Chun. So you mentioned that even if we start building the light aircraft carrier, it's going to be completed by 2032. So that'll be much after my retirement. So I think this is a big concern that we have this huge gap before we have the carrier completed. The second discussant is Professor Byung-il Choi, professor of Ewha Women's University.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be invited in this symposium, in this meaningful event. I learned a lot from today's discussions. As I sit here and wait for my turn, I remembered a point in time about 5 years ago. Back then at Washington, D.C., there was a conference, and I saw a news about permanent arbitration. The Philippines brought China to the International Court, saying that the South China Sea used to be theirs, Philippines. They asserted this, but it was rejected. That was 5 years ago. Now it's 2021. 5 years and 2 months have passed since that ruling. That international ruling actually has gone down the drain. It's been ignored, and China is making more and more artificial islands in the region, And if you go to all of the international conferences, everyone talks about these artificial islands. And people are fearing for economic retaliation of China. And as Koreans, as a Korean myself, I'm curious. I mean, we learned international law, and we thought that international law was important, that we need to defend international law, and that was the key to building stability and prosperity of our country. And every time I see news in the South China Sea, the stance is taken by our administration sometime, I'm quite startled as to why we're taking that specific stance when it comes to the South China Sea events. In major press and political circle, they seem to be acting like bystanders, but that's not an issue that's not related with us. It's actually related to us. So international norms and common sense is being ignored nowadays. And people are saying that we need to take a hedging role, and they even go as far to say that this is a very sophisticated diplomatic approach. I go to a lot of lectures, and when I talk about South China Sea, I show them a map and say this is the 9-dash line, China's 9-dash line. And the CEOs, when they see that, I explain them that this is a disputable area, but I say that's a fiction. What China actually wants is making the countries to be more dependent on China, especially to those countries who are dependent on the US for security and economy for China, namely Taiwan. So what China wants is to turn this territory not into blue water, but to Chinese territory, so that other countries cannot operate in this area. That ends the game. That makes the territory totally China. And I try to explain that to the CEOs. If China builds barricades in their artificial islands and return our ships, saying this is our territory, you cannot come in, then are we ready to react to this? When I ask this question, people say this is the first time you raised such a question. But I think this moment has actually come. The entire country, Korea, has turned a blind eye towards this issue, and we have not reacted upon this issue, but now it's becoming a reality. And I remember back in 2016, around the world, when I go to multiple conferences, people would say, there's rise of China. And what Japan said, they said it's assertive China. I mean, assertive has a really different nuance or connotation than rise, right? But back then, Korea had a conservative administration. Now we have a very liberal one. It's a very different administration. And we are at the moment taking a very low-profile approach, which means we're staying really quiet when it comes to China issue. And I want to ask them, is this actually helpful to our national interests? When I ask this, they say China China would say, since we stay quiet, they say, throughout the past, the countries around China did not really respond. So for them, they may take it granted that we don't react to this. So I really enjoyed reading Professor Ku's paper. I would like to make 3 comments and make 1 question. First, I'm an economist. I majored in trade, and today security, economy, seems to be disconnected. It used to be disconnected, but now it's inextricably linked because survivability and prosperity is linked as well. For when it comes to probability, it might be 50-50, but survivability comes to 99-1. So that's why security and economy is inextricably linked. So in South China Sea or East China Sea, blue water and blue ocean, and the international laws and values and principles must be upheld in a determined way. If we don't assert blue water in an assertive way, we're becoming a very passive country in terms of defending our national interests. So we need to defend freedom of navigation, because that's the same as defending our economic interest. And I hope our men and women in uniform understand this, that defending the freedom of navigation is defending our economic interests. In 2016-17, despite the retaliation of China and THAAD, Korea's investments towards China did not decrease. And I asked them, why don't you decrease your investment? Because China's different pre-THAAD and post-THAAD. And they answered that the China risk is no longer a variable, it's become a constant. And the businessman said, I'm fine, that's okay. The investment that we make, it's fine if we make a loss on it. That's what we said. But I really don't agree with this, because certain technologies like chips, semiconductors, electronic vehicles, we had an upper hand. Especially 5 years ago, we were unmatched. The EV batteries that we used to have used to be unmatched, but now most of the technologies are more advanced in China. The reason is many countries around the world invested heavily in China to get benefits by building these EV battery factories in China, but these companies did not receive any benefits. I've not heard a single case where they actually benefited from investing in China. That's the reality. So investing in China in the security nexus era is an issue that you should really keep in mind. And we need to have a separate dialogue where we discuss this specific issue. Secondly, if you go to my office, you can see a global map that's upside down. The global map, have you imagined it upside down? Then north of Korea is Pacific Sea. And if you keep going up, you would go to Australia. That's the current situation of Korea. You say that we are at the end of a continent, we're a peninsula. But as long as North Korea is there and they have hostile policies, on top of that, if we have Russia and China, it doesn't matter how much we try to outreach to North Korea, it's hard to go up north. So a lot of our portfolio should be invested in the Maritimes. And I think Professor Lim sort of mentioned on this in his presentation. He gave a presentation on this and I agreed 200%. So when we set our coordinates, we need to act accordingly. And you say that actions speak louder. So CVX, as my understanding, would be finished by 2034, 2035. It takes a long time. We need to prepare. But that can't be our only goal. We need to come up with other plans and preparedness until we finish building that ship. Within the military, We should no longer have such things as zero-sum game between the land forces and sea forces. We need more cooperative leadership among our services. And lastly, I want to comment and ask a question to Professor Koo. You mentioned Korea and the UK's potential Navy cooperation. But I think UK is too far away. The Queen Elizabeth cannot be here all the time. And Mark Lippert also mentioned this. I mean, we have history, national sentiment, but despite all of this, I think we need to engage with Japan. So what do you think about this, having a Navy cooperation with Japan? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Choi, for your discussion. And there were some questions for Professor Koo, so you will answer them later. So now I'll invite the third discussant, Mr. Hyung-wook Boo, a research fellow of the Korea Institute for Defense Analysis. So recently I read your article on the need of the CVX. Please go ahead. Thank you very much, Professor Ian Bowers, for your presentation. In particular, when you were talking about Seapower in naval power and the role of the light aircraft carrier was deeply impressing. And I was once again convinced that we do need the light aircraft carrier. And many people talk about the response to the North Korean threat. In the Navy, all often answers that we can conduct a joint operation with the CVX at the center. But Professor Bowers actually gave us a more detailed explanation. So I think this is going to help a lot the Navy to persuade the public. Now, critics say that the F-35B has less firepower, shorter range, and so on. However, according to Professor Bowers, if there is a military conflict with the North, land-based airfields are fixed targets. Now, the Korean Air Force, South Korean Air Force, will for sure have superiority over the North, so they will target the airfields first with all the coordinates already in their hand. But with this CVX, we can increase survivability and preserve the capability to strike back. And even if the carrier is damaged to some extent, the F-35B can still launch from the rest of the carrier. So this is also a huge upside. In a few years, we're going to start operating the military satellites, 5 satellites. But even with those satellites, we can't be conducting surveillance of North Korea 24/7. And with today's radar capabilities, we can only see about 200 kilometers from the demarcation line. Then what happens with the missile capabilities of North Korea deeper than 200 kilometers? They have missile systems like Rodong and Patriots that are stationed in far north, like Chagangdo and Yanggangdo provinces, which are very difficult to intercept. But with the carrier and the F-35B, we can use them as sensors that capture intelligence and share it with the rest of the forces. So this is a great and crucial asset for national security. So I think if we produce a detailed explanation like this, I believe the public opinion will turn more favorable to the CVX project. Last year, with the CVX being part of the medium-term plan, the media was up in roars against the project, citing the lack of budget and so on. And there was criticism from a different perspective that says building an aircraft carrier is actually ironical, as we are pursuing peace initiative on the Korean Peninsula, and we shouldn't be involved in the U.S.-China conflict. So listening to these arguments and criticism, I felt that, well, there are a lot of different criticism against the CVX. And I was even suspecting that maybe environmentalists will be against this, saying the carbon emissions from the carrier. So I think we need to really overcome this antagonism toward the project. But actually, military buildup and diplomatic engagement can go together, as we saw from the recent confrontation between the U.S. and Russia in Europe. So I think with this logic, we'll be able to convince the peace movement. And still, there are other types of criticisms, like the carrier is not suitable for the operational environment of the Korean Peninsula. It is too early for a country of Korea's size, and so on. And I think the Navy should put forward a vision for the future. So a couple of decades ago, Mr. Byung Tae-han, the president of a university, who talked about the need of an aircraft carrier. But at that time, many Koreans were saying that a carrier is for a great power only, and Korea does not belong to that standing. But a couple of decades have passed since then. And where do we stand in terms of international status? Now, a light aircraft carrier would cost about 5 trillion Korean won, with the support necessary. And there was some media criticizing the Navy for downplaying the size of the budget necessary. But the budget will be spent by 2032 or 2035. It won't be spent in a single year. And there are also some people who say that Thailand built an aircraft carrier, but they are using it only for events. And these people are also saying that the Dokdoham vessel is actually the largest event vessel in Asia. This is kind of sarcasm. And it seems like the Navy is now being surrounded by all these different types of critics. And I believe that the academia will be able to support the Navy. And as it used to be, the Air Force can also support the Navy. With these moves, I believe the media will become less critical. You know, in the late years of the Joseon Dynasty, King Gojong bought a large commercial ship built by Mitsui from Japan, and some people say that that was the start of the fall of the Joseon Dynasty. So I really thought this was a serious exaggeration and distortion of the history. So I got really angry and argued that using this analogy is just too much for critics. And now is the time that we have to realize the national standing of Korea that allows for a CVX. A couple of hours ago, I asked Rear Admiral Michael Donnelly about what it feels like to be on the deck of an aircraft carrier. And I really hope that we can have a Korean naval officer who can feel the same and feel proud of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Poo. I mean, I think when you were writing the column, you got a lot of criticisms, at the same time support. Lastly, we have Professor Choi Chung-young, who at KDI School of Public Policy and Management. He's joining us through Zoom.
네, 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chung-young Choi, professor of KDI School of Public Policy and Management. It's a shame that I cannot join you in person in the venue because of the pandemic, and I like to ask for your understanding. First of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers and discussants for their valuable remarks. In particular, the discussion on the maritime power, maritime threats, and the role of the light aircraft carrier. Now, this is the 15th International Seapower Symposium, and I believe this is a historical turning point. The symposium, until the previous one, dealt with a more abstract, more or less abstract themes. But this year we have a very detailed and practical theme of developing a CVX for the Korean Navy. So I believe this event has a historic meaning. About 150 years ago, or 110 years ago, Korea suffered a lot from imperialism because of the lack of understanding about maritime power. And I believe now is the time we have to develop a clear understanding of the maritime power necessary in the contemporary world, and as a result, start developing the CVS. I believe there are three key differences between a Korea with a carrier and without one. First of all, flexibility of security strategy. Second, clear deterrence against North Korea. And third, the ability to proactive and preventive operation becomes possible, not just around the Korean Peninsula, but also larger Indo-Pacific. And as many experts said earlier, I believe we still have some challenges for the CVX project to be successful. First of all, a carrier should be part of a carrier strike group. So this requires an unprecedented level of expertise, the management capability, and the human resources who operate the hardware of the carrier. So we also need the software to actively operate the hardware. I believe that the Navy does have the operational capability of world class. For the submarine in particular. When the Korean Navy started to build submarines, there was a lot of pessimism. However, after more than a decade, I believe the Navy has developed its submarine operation capabilities to the global level. So I have a huge trust in the capabilities of the men and women in uniform who support the effective operation of these valuable assets. If we succeed in building a carrier by 2035 and become able to start the operation of the carrier, I believe in the 2040s, Korea will have a world-class carrier operation capabilities. And for that to happen, we need to think about the detailed ideas and plans about the capacity building of the Navy so that we can effectively operate the carrier and the carrier strike group. Yesterday, fortunately, the budget of 7.2 billion won was passed in the National Assembly for the continuation of the CVX project. And I hope we could use this as a seed money for the future of the project and continue to develop our capabilities. Now, there are many discussions about global issues like climate change and so on. So I believe aircraft carrier can serve as an asset for peace operations. In other words, it can be used as a common good for the international community, and we need to develop more specific plans for that. Without security ensured, we have no choice but to suffer economic risks as well. So we need to get the most out of the carrier as a global common good, and for that we need to mobilize our collective intelligence. The speakers and the discussants rightly pointed out the lack of understanding of critics of carrier. And I am actually stunned by this lack of awareness of the critics regarding aircraft carrier. Now, a carrier is not an asset of the Navy only. It serves the entire armed forces and the national security strategy. So we need to have a strategic perspective looking at the entire security environment, and we need to have discussions on more detailed issues like their air wing and how they will be operated. And it is very absurd that the media is criticizing this project as developing a sitting duck, easy target, waste of budget, and so on. So this is not a project just for the Navy. This creates an opportunity to advance the national defense capabilities as a whole. As you may all know, of course, there is this security dilemma that a aircraft carrier can be an asset for defense, but a threat to surrounding countries, and we need to overcome this as well with the power of collective intelligence. So lastly, I'd like to once again thank the speakers and the discussants for their valuable inputs. And I'd like to also talk a little bit about how Korea can contribute to Korea-US combined operations. And despite some public sentiment, there is a need for Korea-Japan combined operations. So my question for the discussants is that how can we use the CVX and the Carrier Strike Group of Korea can contribute to the combined operations. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Che, for joining us through Zoom. This brings the end of the comments of our discussants. We do have a bit of time to get questions from the floor or from Zoom. Professor Chung, it seems like you are taking a lot of notes. Do you have any questions? Today, thank you. Thank you for the presentations and discussions. The strengthening of sea power is something that we've tried to do since the 1980s with a forward-looking vision. And usually it takes about 15 years to secure a new weapon systems. So it's really hard to calculate what the actual value, mathematical value of what we're investing today and what it will amount to in the future. So augmenting the naval power, what is it going to be like after 15 years? I mean, what kind of problems will we face after 15 years? What makes it necessary for us to augment the power today? I read an article today, Rear Admiral Burdock said that Japan retrofitted ISMO and US Bravo can take off and land from that retrofitted ship. And also, mentioned earlier, China came up with new laws regarding their maritime areas, territory, and their maritime militia. All the ships that enter the South China Sea must report to China is what they're saying, and that's going to spark a lot of issues, and it's actually going to impact our economy as well. And there was a comment that, you know, our citizens are not taking this seriously. And listening to the insights of not just Korean scholars, but foreign experts, I think that the Korean Navy should contribute to increasing the sea power of Korea. Once again, I'd like to thank Professor Nam for moderating today. Thank you. Chairman Che, do you have any comment or question? It seems like he's taking a lot of notes as well.
Dr. Powers, thank you for your excellent presentation on the role of the light aircraft carrier in ROK naval development. As a member of the Navy Reserve, I fully agree with your views. After World War II, we discovered an interesting point in American history. During the month of October 1949, the US Congress heatedly debated whether to build the aircraft carrier for the Navy or continue to produce a strategic bomber for the Air Force. The Air Force won this debate. The US Navy is facing a crisis situation. 8 months later, war broke out in a small country whose name has never been heard. This war was the Korean War. It can be said that it was the Korean War that played a key role for the US to lead the world militarily and economically today. US military historians believe that the Korean War played a role in igniting the fuse of naval development during the post-World War II crisis in US naval history. At this time, the completely unexpected situation of the Korean War contributed to the development of the Navy, but the situation in Korean War is different now. In any country, the defense budget is allocated and used by the Army, Navy, Air Force. Considering various factors, the ROK Navy recognizes the need for CVX, but there are still challenges to be solved. At present, the assembly is also facing difficulties. Of course, the process of gathering public opinion is also a task that needs to be addressed in the future. I hoped that those who participated in this symposium will become the central axis in shaping public opinion. I have a question. Although the Navy's efforts to build a light aircraft carrier should continue, I think it is important to form public opinion for the public. What do you think is more specific and effective way to form such a public opinion? Thank you.
Professor Bowers, please prepare for the answer for that specific question. Would anyone else ask a question?
So I believe that Professor Bowers is right and accurate. As we were inviting Professor Bowers to this symposium, actually some people in the Navy wondered whether we need to invite a professor from Denmark, where the importance of the Navy is smaller compared to Korea, and from also a country with no aircraft carrier. But I firmly believe that Professor Bowers can. Professor Bowers can give us great insight. So after the end of the Cold War, the Navy of Denmark and the navies of other countries have went through a lot of transformations. And except for Russia, the surrounding countries of Denmark are very friendly. So it is located in a great geopolitical environment. However, Denmark is building up its naval capabilities. It has had many small vessels for the littoral defense, but it started to build larger vessels, including a frigate of 6,000-ton displacement with anti-air capabilities as well. So Denmark is building up the navy with larger vessels with air capabilities, and also developing maritime platforms. And I believe this is a trend of many countries around the world, including the UK, who focuses more on quality rather than quantity. So I believe the defense posture of Denmark provides great insights for Korea. So that was my comment. Thank you. Now, thank you very much. We are going to listen to the two speakers for closing the session.
I'll answer in Korean. First off, I'd like to thank Professor Chun, Professor Che, Professor Pu. Thank you all for your meaningful and insightful comments. I will touch upon key points to answer the question that was there. As I was preparing for this presentation, I thought about UK, and it was the first time that I actually thought about the cooperation with the UK, and I realized we have actually a lot of potential, a lot of opportunities to cooperate with the UK Navy, and this is going to help us expand our presence in the region. Most of the times we think about which side we should side with, the US or China. That's our major focus. But as we keep talking about the New South policy, we've been talking about it for a few years now, not just security, but economic issues are important agenda, and it has, however, it's gaining little recognition. So the weak multilateral cooperative body in the Southeast Asia can be complemented by bringing the UK on board. And this will help us to create a complementary relationship. And the same goes for Japan. Professor Chen mentioned Japan. When we view Japan in terms of trilateral relationship with the UK, but if we think about bringing UK into the picture, we have a lot of different options to engage with Japan. And China is becoming a country with the most amount of defense spending. That's actually very worrisome if they actually do become a country with a lot of defense spending. However, if this happens, what's important is how we will respond. And in order to respond, even if we can't build up our military size to match that at the moment, I think there are steps where we can take. In the morning, James Lindsay mentioned that as long as all the other factors remain the same in Asia, then U.S. is trying to free ride. And we have also been free riding over the years. But going forward, there's less likeliness that we can actually free ride with the trends that's going on in this region. I mean, we did not have a lot of resources. We wanted to maximize whatever resource with the resource that we have. That was our focus. Efficient use of resources. That's why we try to avoid tribe-on air. But if we try to do that, two consequences arise. The error of emission is one, But the area of mission was not a problem so far because we had the U.S. and other countries which could help us. But we can no longer now. The era of having excess is something that we cannot ignore anymore. So that's why I think we should procure a CVX today. And as Professor Chun mentioned, we no longer have an alliance that's contribution-based that used to be there during the Trump administration, but deal-based. We are moving from a deal-based alliance to a contribution-based alliance now. And as Professor Che mentioned, throughout the past 5 years, although the international community is trying to deter China, China is not acknowledging the decision, the ruling made by the international community. The Philippines, for them, the trigger was the fact that their fish boat was caught by China. And secondly, and the arbitration court's ruling was well received by Southeast Asian countries, but the interpretation of Article 100 was problematic because all the islands that are not claimed can be used by any country. That was the problematic interpretation of the article. And I also believe that being passive towards China, it does not help our national interest. And we cannot do anything to change China. That's why we need alliance. No alliance means more danger. And a lot of decoupling is happening, especially in however, in the trade area, we're seeing coupling between security and economy. So we're seeing security-trade nexus. It's not only happening in the Asian region, but also around the world. So in that regard, when it comes to the South China Sea issue, although we're not a shareholder in this issue, we can be an important stakeholder, and we need to play a role accordingly in the South China Sea. And the coordination or the cooperation of multiple services, land, sea, and air, is very difficult. And our cooperation with Japan, it makes sense economically, but it's difficult politically. So we need to include multiple parties, the UK and Japan, on the table to make effective cooperation. One more comment I would like to make. The jointness of land, air, and sea services. A few days ago, Professor Lee wrote an article saying that this jointness is very important, but it also could be provocative. Because if you are an Air Force, you might not like it, that jointness. Or if you're Navy, you might not like it. So that cooperation may not be well received by individual services. As I mentioned my concern, I'm sure Professor Lee also thought a lot about this issue when he was writing this column. I would like to end my comment here. And lastly, Admiral Chun, thank you. Thank you, Professor Koo.
I just wanted to make sure that there's no misunderstanding. So, we have, Commander Donnelly and Professor Bowers, and this is such an official event. So my op-ed column was actually prepared for 10 months before actually making that contribution. So I met with officers from the Air Force and the Navy unofficially. So, I also had some conversation with Commander Donnelly in the lobby, and the 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 commander of the carrier is like a babysitter, the most formidable job in the world.
Really maverick and radical, pilot, very arrogant aviator, Navy aviators, captain of the ship, aircraft carrier should take care of all of them, right? 그 굉장히 힘들다고요. 그러니까 인사권을 가지고 그걸 이론적으로는 합동성이나 그런 것들이 좋지만 이론적으로는 다 그렇습니다. 이론적으로는 그런데 합동성이나 그런 것들을 생각을 하다 보면
So, joint operation sounds very good, but its implementation is challenging. Now, you belong to the Navy and you have the pilots under your control, and you also need to manage the medical personnel. Just putting them together doesn't enhance joint operation. And now, being a pilot is very risky. Even the officers say they don't allow their sons to be pilots. They risk their lives as they conduct landing on the deck. So who are the pilots? Now the pilots of the Army don't operate in the sea. So the pilots who actually serve on the aircraft carriers are full of pride, and it's really difficult to manage them. So I'm talking about the governance issue. And the commander of the carrier needs to have all the authority over personnel management. That's crucial to actually control the entire forces serving on the carrier. This is the now the officers, many officers of the Air Force, don't think that the CVX project is part of their job. They just regard it as someone else's job. So in my column, I just wanted to mention that there was that kind of opinion from within the Navy as well, not because that's part of my opinion. Right, I think Admiral Jung can make a 2-minute comment on this issue.
So the jointness of the military, it's a difficult issue. It's a tricky issue. Professor Lee mentioned a very important topic, but it's a really difficult topic, challenging topic. When we pursue to procure a CVX, the role model of our future CVX was the UK Navy. The UK Navy, I've actually been there myself. Their Air Force and the Navy Force work together to operate their air carriers, and in Japan as well, they work together to operate. So at the ROC Navy, when we were proposing this carrier, we said that F-35B should be operated by the Air Force, not the Navy, so that we can jointly operate the carrier and the aircraft. The F-35B should be managed and operated by our Air Force, so that we should build a fully joint military force. If I did not already book my train, I would like to talk longer, but I did book my train. Lastly, Professor Bowers will give his closing comments.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the discussion. It's been fascinating. I think I have three questions. So the first question was, what can we or the ORKN learn from the UK in its deployment to East Asia? This is an interesting question, I think. But for me, the Carrier Strike Group and its deployment has been very well publicized, and it has a very distinct vision and clear goal. And if you think about what four goals they've had, it is to advocate for a global Britain, as the Commodore said, to act as a convening power and show this kind of tilt to the Indo-Pacific. It is to uphold the liberal order, but it's also to manage the US alliance and to ensure that they are meeting alliance expectations within the framework of NATO and within bilateral frameworks. But what they have done is also they've managed their relationship with China and being very open and not contextualizing this deployment within the competition with China, but contextualizing within global Britain and contextualizing within the liberal international order. They are kind of removing or taking some of the heat out of the deployment and reducing some of the tension. And I think the lesson you can take from the United Kingdom is that if you have a clarity of vision, you can meet all of your expectations without necessarily reaping some of the downsides that might potentially be there. So I think that's the lesson you can learn. And I think that goes towards to your question about how do you sell a capability to the public that is skeptical? And I think partly it's honesty about what that capability can do. And if you repeat the message in forums like this to the public, but also to policymakers and politicians, I think, my view on these things is that the public aren't stupid, right? They understand when something is good. And I think if forums like this, where we have open conversations about what the capabilities are for, are extremely useful to show. So that would be my view. And then on the other question about how does the CVX contribute to combined operations or some allied operations, or with the US and others, particularly Japan maybe, or the UK, I think the benefit now is that the F-35B being operated off flat-top vessels is a relatively new phenomenon. So the ORKN has the ability to go in on the ground up. And right now, like, we're talking about a capability that might be operational in 10 or 12 years, but right now is the time to send pilots, to send people who write doctrine, who send people to write standard operating procedures, to learn from the United States and work with other people like Singapore or Japan or the United Kingdom. As the Commodore said in his video, they're just beginning to learn how to use the F-35B at sea. So, this is a new capability for everybody. So the benefit of combined operations, or how Korea can really benefit, is to come in on this ground level now and learn and build that joint or allied operating capacity. So when we do have to use it in a low intensity or high intensity scenario, those procedures and doctrines are matched across the different countries. Thank you. And thank you for inviting me. It's been excellent.
Thank you, Ian Bao Professor. 예, 사회자 마무리하겠습니다.
So let me wrap up. So we have now the national budget bill of 604 trillion won. It now is pending a National Assembly review. And now we only have 7.2 billion Korean won for the CVX project in this budget. And actually this budget will go through go under a lot of scrutiny in the National Defense Committee, as we experienced last year. And I've heard that the Commission research on the feasibility of the CVX project will be completed in October, just as the National Assembly reviews the budget bill. I hope this research outcome will help make the discussion more productive. Now, I believe security issues can be felt by the public as a too distant issue for them. It's true for the Army, and it's also true for the Navy. So I think the Navy should prepare for more detailed arguments to convince the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So all panelists, and I'd like to give my special thanks to the moderator Nam Sung-uk for delivering us the comfortable debate. Why don't you give another big round of applause for them? Thank you very much. Thank you. We'd like to invite your seats back. And also we have a special video clip, so please stay with us for a while. 네. 자리로 모시겠습니다. 그리고 잠시 자리에서 저희 특별 영상이 준비되어 있기 때문에 한 번 더.
We have a special video clip prepared. Please take a short moment to watch that video clip.
Today's the 15th International Seapower Symposium 2021, but we have captures the most passionate moment during today's symposium and everyone's activities in the video clip. So please just try to find where you are while watching the video clip. And also we have prepared a small gift for you with the deepest gratitude for participating in this event. So Rear Admiral Jung Seun-gyun, the Deputy of CNO for Planning Management, will help you to be presented the gift just at the entrance of this hall instead of the Chief of Naval Operations. So once again, thank you very much to all participants for joining us today and hope to meet you again next year. I would like to say goodbye, just presenting the commemorative video clip. Bye-bye. 감사합니다.